So now we are starting that, and if most of you are probably by this point in our pandemic driven lives pretty comfortable with Zoom and things like that. So I presume you know that. If not, and if you need any help on anything, be sure to let me know. Just just you don't have to go through those little actions of raising your hand on the software and all that. You can just speak up and let me know. So at any time anything goes faster than what you're tracking and you would like to go back over a point, let me know that as well. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and share my screen, and so I will put this here, and let's take a look at the book, the manual that comes with our class. Okay, so first of all, is everybody able to get this data set and the instruction manual successfully downloaded? I presume everybody's got that. Okay.
Yes.
All righty. So what you have in this manual now, Mizia, which class you were in? In the data prep, the 3D 3D machine control data prep class? Was that the one you took?
Yeah. No, I took the civil.
Oh, civil. Okay.
Yep.
So you're going to notice in this with this manual, it's basically the front half of that civil module, although we didn't focus a lot on the front half material. This one basically ends with the front half of that civil manual. Same exercises, same discussions, but we're going to be spending a lot more time in these things as part of this class. Okay. All right. So if you look here, you can see the table of contents as let me set this up as a 2-page. All right. So we've got, your table of contents that you can go to different places, and these are all hyperlinked. So if I want to go look up here, what's on this hydrology module menu, what's the deal with that one? I click that and it takes me to that section where right over here, I've got the hydrology module, what menus are on that when I'm running that software kind of stuff. Now, it doesn't have a link back to the top at each page. You just have to come back up and, get to those sections. But also in each area here, we've got, as you look over through some of these, there are some basically topics. Like here, we're talking about settings, and then here we're talking about concepts in terms of terrain modeling, and then using points. If we go to the next page, so talks again, concludes with points, and then it has an exercise that will try to solidify what we've just learned. Okay, and you'll see those in the table of contents as well as over on the page themselves. They're going to be in red print, so you can go straight to those places. And again, we're talking about points and point groups and things like that. Surveyors typically will use more so than most other people, but it is possible to use Carlson without ever using points at all. They're not a necessity. They're not a requirement. But if you're doing any kind of data collection and bringing into the model, it's almost always going to be in the nature of observed points on the ground. So that can be what you do. Like I said, when I get my survey data from a survey company, an outside company, they've taken the points and then they've created the base map and the base models, and they'll send me basically just a DWG file, but it's three-dimensionally accurate and correct, and they'll send me the model files that go with it. And but at that point, then I'm at the mercy of whether or not they did their modeling correctly. Okay, so we're going to see how to do all that. We use points to do it, and there's a specific difference between a Carlson point and a CAD point. We'll talk about that when we get to it. Okay, starting back at the front end of the manual here, you can see a little bit about my experience, although I really need to change that number. Is going to be it's 38 now, but it's getting close to 40. So, I started working in this field back in, oh gosh, it is 40, because I was working in this in 83. I graduated in 84, but I was actually working for a surveying company out in 83 while I was still in school. So, in any case, all that means is that I'm old. And it also means I'm sort of semi-retired. I do this a lot of my practice. I also do still, some smaller design projects. I do some commercial and some municipal work, some water and sewer for local agencies here in the Pittsburgh region. Because I've been doing that for 20, 30 years, I know the players. And so I do a lot of sub-consulting work to some of the larger companies around here as well. But because of that status as well, that means that, I'm usually available. So anytime after the class, that's why I wanted to point out on this page, you've got my email address here. Of course, you've got it from what I've sent you for the class links and such. But anytime after that, please, by all means, get in touch with me if you have questions on anything. You can send a question to me if it's something I can answer pretty quickly, and a lot of times I can grab it and maybe even jump into a quick session and capture some screen grabs and illustrate the points. So as part of your class that you've paid for here, you have access to us in that sense. Okay, now if it's something like, hey, I've got this big project, I need some help, I need somebody to help do this modeling for us for 3 or 4 days or a week or whatever, at that point we need to talk about, and I'm certainly available. I do work on projects with prior students who've come back and brought me on board as a consultant to their project. But we're not doing this for me to try to fish around and get consulting gigs. I'm just saying, if it's a reasonable question that I can take care of in less than, say, half a day, please send that question to me. If it's not, I can certainly research it and point you in the right direction. Sometimes you can even you can always have access back to Carlson directly as well. But one of the things that what I just did here. Hang on one second. One of the things that you might notice afterward is that there we go. I think that's all I did. Is that when you get in touch with the tech support folks up at Carlson, and they're very good, and again, it doesn't cost anything there as well, but they also have not really been practitioners out in the industry. They know their software very well. They are good programmers and good coders. And a lot of them do have some good practical experience, and particularly in the mining side of things. But anyway, to shorten this up as much as I can, keep my contact information nearby if you need anytime afterwards. If you just want to go over a quick question, hey, we went over this, I forgot how to do it, I hadn't done it in a while, can you refresh my memory? Or even, hey, I was wondering, can we do this? What would be the approach? Or we did not go over this, but can you give me some pointers and tips? What would I do in this case? And that's certainly all fine, well and good. I encourage that. So, keep that in mind when you've got that. And like I said, we're here to make you folks successful. So as part of this class, you've got that access. Okay. Let's see a couple of things about the book. You've got some little icon guides in the sides, like if you see something like this, it's an IntelliCAD, or this one is AutoCAD. And there's really very few of these. I can't really find much difference in the way they work. By the way, let me check too. I forgot to ask you. Which product are you running Carlson on, IntelliCAD or AutoCAD? Jamizia, go ahead and let me know your side. Okay, Lacey.
IntelliCAD.
You're on IntelliCAD, okay.
I've got the spot to do it in, but it's
Jamizia, you
Yeah, I'm here.
you
Sorry
on
about
AutoCAD?
that.
No problem. You AutoCAD or IntelliCAD?
AutoCAD.
AutoCAD. Okay. So so we do have a mix. That's really let's see, Bill, what about you on your end?
I'm using IntelliCAD.
IntelliCAD. Okay. Josh, do you know on yours?
AutoCAD.
AutoCAD. How about that? Half and half. Okay. So I will do most of the demonstration on the IntelliCAD side of things. I do have them both if we need to talk about any kind of differences. And that's what I was talking about here, that these two icons will show you a place where one applies in one version versus the other. But there's very little that I can even recall as to where those are. Anyway, the software itself works pretty much identically, and particularly now, in fact, I just downloaded or just updated the latest update to 2023, actually last night or earlier this morning. And the IntelliCAD engine underneath it is getting closer and closer and closer to being indistinguishable from AutoCAD. Other than there's a lot of aspects about it that I actually like better than plain AutoCAD. And like I said, I've been using AutoCAD since it was a product. I have AutoCAD. I run Carlson on AutoCAD. I've never had a case where I had to run Carlson on AutoCAD that I couldn't do the same thing in IntelliCAD. So for those of you who are running that, it's just a matter of whether you want to pay the money to Autodesk or not. It's one of the big things that IntelliCAD gives you, is that freedom to have that included with this with no additional cost. But anyway, not here to sell CAD or not sell CAD. But let's get things talked about here. So these other icons would indicate, if you've got, say, this light bulb that you see here up in the upper part of your page, that's a tip or a trick, a good idea kind of stuff. And here's another one that's a little stronger bit of a good idea. It's important, so take note of that. So that's just a couple of things here, and you see down here below whether things are bold or quoted or such. You'll figure that out very quickly from the context. It should be no problem. All right, so now, and again, I'm not going to sit here and read you this book, but you can see a little bit of discussion here about how Carlson software actually works. And Carlson really is a set of routines that have been programmed and put together into a tool or a series of tools that does a process to the data that is in your CAD drawing. And that's really, at the end of the day, that's the foundation. That's the main thing of what you have. Now you're going to be able to also generate data files like terrain files center line alignments, profile designs, all of those different things that live external to this DWG file, but they are linked to it. But they are generated from the data in the drawing file, or they will generate data in the drawing file from their own mathematical definitions. So that's how the two types of data are going to be basically joined at the hip, and they hand things back and forth to each other. And, whatever, if we're using a Carlson command to say, generate contour lines for a contour map based on the elevations contained in a terrain model, then it's going to go out and read the model, and it's going to generate these drawn contour lines. But all in the world that those drawn contour lines are polylines. They're just as if you had sat down with the mouse and clicked all the way across and made all these things into your drawing. So we're going to use this data that we're going to be developing to create things like that, and how to look at our data with this drawing file. So basically underneath everything is this DWG AutoCAD compliant CAD file, and the Carlson tools just sit on top of all of that. And there are a series of tools that are developed in everything from what's called AutoLisp to all of the programming extensions, the C++ that they've written in is ARX files, the different object program type things you don't need to worry about knowing about. But some of the routines are very, very old. They've been around since the mid 80s of last century, and they still work. There's still no problem with their fundamental functioning. So they've not been scrapped and brought forward. So that's really what you have, is just a means of interacting with the CAD system, and it's going to put it in terms that you're going to be understanding a little bit better. And you'll see that as we go along, and I'll point those places out. Because like I said, you could sit down and do every single bit of everything that Carlson does manually. You can sit down and create this stuff in the drawing file. Now, it might take you several years to do, a week's worth of work that manual way, but it's still, all it's doing is gathering information from you, doing some things in the background, computationally or whatever, and then it is issuing the CAD commands to create all of the things that you're going to see in the drawing that are the result of your work. Okay, that's really where we are at the end of the day, is we have created a drawing that shows what we're doing. All right, so we keep that in mind when we generate contours. For instance, like I said, you have a series of polylines, just drawn standard CAD entities. If you do that, if you do some CAD modeling, or if you've got any experience in other products like Civil 3D or the MicroStation site, Open Roads Designer, where they have a terrain object, and Civil 3D and AutoCAD has a surface object. It's actually part of that DWG file, just like a polyline is part of our DWG file, but it is what's called an extended data entity. It has been created and relies on that CAD software to be able to even look at it and display it. And for instance, that's one of the reasons why Carlson is so good to exchange with other other professionals, other designers, is because you can hand them this DWG file and they've got everything. There's nothing they have to have special to be able to use your data. If somebody does that in Civil 3D, well, you can't use the Civil 3D data in plain AutoCAD. If that's what I'm working with down at another company across town, I have to have Civil 3D, and specifically that specific version, to be able to use that data. So Carlson stays away from that philosophy, and you know, their whole point is they're just creating basic fundamental drawing entities, points, lines, polylines, text, multi-line text, blocks, etc. All of the things that are just standard CAD entities. And that being said, to generate those standard CAD entities, you are free, and it makes no difference whatsoever to develop those any way you want. You can draw them manually using an AutoCAD command like P-line, which means create a polyline, or you could use the Carlson command, 2D polyline, two-dimensional polyline, or 3D polyline to create a three-dimensional polyline. And AutoCAD has those as well. But you can use the Carlson tools that do that same function, or you could have one of the compute commands. For instance, if I've got a centerline file that is defined and it lives out on my computer system somewhere, and it's basically the list of, excuse me, the starting coordinate, and then the directions and distances that alignment goes from that starting point. Well, it reads that data and then it comes back into the CAD system and draws that for you automatically. So either of those ways are perfectly fine, and they're equivalent, because after it's done, you still have a polyline in your drawing. So that makes no difference. You can also do things if you've created an object with the Carlson command, and let's say we had to set the elevation of that object. Maybe it's a 2D polyline that lives at a particular elevation, like a contour line would do. You can draw the contour line, you can draw the polyline at 0 elevation, and then you can use a command in Carlson that says change elevation, and it leads you through a series of prompts. Or you could point to other things, other pieces of text that might have numbers in them, and so it can read the elevation. Any of those ways is fine. Or you could do a move command. Let's say you drew that down at an elevation of 0, but it needs to be at elevation 100. Well, you could issue a CAD move command, select that contour line, that polyline, and you're going to move it, and ask you a from point and a to point. And so your from point can be, you know, any given point. You just click a point in space, and then where is it going to move to? Well, you would give relative coordinates indicated by a character, the @ symbol, means from whatever point I clicked, I want to go at X, Y, Z. So in that case, it would be at 0, 0, 100, I would hit enter. So it would move that line that I drew down at 0 elevation from where is X, Y, and Z to the same place X and Y, because I said 0, 0, and then 100. So it would go 100 units further on the Z axis. All right. So that's a way of doing it. I can move it to change its elevation. I also will be able to select that and go over into the properties. Everything in our drawing is going to have a set of properties that we can change, and you can change those properties there as well. Any of those things work. They do the exact same thing. They wind up with the exact same results, and any way that you are familiar with and comfortable with doing, you're certainly welcome to do. There is no wrong way of doing something. There's usually just a lot of multiple ways. Okay, so we're going to, and that, in fact, that's going to be part of the frustration that you're going to run into, you know, from time to time, of trying to figure out how, you know, which command do you use, where is that, and what's the, you know, well, I think I can do it this way, but should I do it that way? And there's really no shoulda, but you'll get to learn the Carlson tools that give you some extra power, give you some extra productivity. And that's what we're here to learn about in these 2 days, or what are those basic fundamental tools with what we're using. Okay. So that's the discussion on that part. this section here is basically talking about where we put things on the computer, where the tools are gathered. You got individual modules. You're all probably fairly familiar with those already. You'll see those as we go through it. Talks about these the general modules, and then these specific, like I said, modules. We're going to be in survey most of the time, but then there's civil, hydro, GIS, all of that kind of stuff, the mining stuff in the middle, construction, things across the top. And those menus can be stretched out into single long one row toolbar. They can be vertical, they can be squared off like this now. But how do we organize things? Where do things go? Where do they live? And that's over here in this directory structure. And I'm going to leave, some of this discussion that, to your own study. There's basically shows you where things go in folders and how they work. Because that's something that just as we step through what we're going to be doing, you're going to start to see, you'll have an aha moment where you understand it all. You may already be beyond that. But we basically have 3 particular ways that we store our data. And by that, I mean things like points and center lines and surfaces, all of those different things. Where do we put that data in relationship to our DWG file that we're working with? And we have those 3 things, and they're available in their project setup. You'll see those when we get to that. We have a project folder model, we have a drawing folder model, and we have a fixed folder model. And that fixed folder model is what was originally available in the original Carlson back in 83, 82, I forget which year, anyway. But it still works. And all that is you say, I want to put everything in a fixed folder, and you go out there and you create a folder, and you might, in fact, it used to be so fixed that you could not specify that folder. Now they let you name it, but it used to be in a folder called SCAD data, ServCAD data. That was the name of the product back then, was ServCAD. And it had a folder in there called data, or it had an SCAD folder, and then inside it, there was a folder called SCAD data. And everything went into that folder. It didn't matter which project you were working on, which job, which client, everything went in there. So you had to name your files something unique so they wouldn't conflict with other things. Now, the other extreme of that is what you're looking at here with the project folder. And that's where you can set up a structure like you see in this image, where the project is basically the placeholder for your project. It might be a job number, it might be a client name, whatever you want to call it, or it might be just some description. Excuse me, you declare the project, and then under that project, you want to create a series of subfolders. And you can see what I've got there as an example: alignments and profiles, drawing files, other files, which has deliverables, PDFs, and then I'm come back out, I've got surfaces. You might have survey data, which includes points. You might have, things, another folder that, photos, contract documents. It doesn't have to be anything, that folder structure can be more than just the Carlson data, okay? But basically, you define this construct, you define this structure of folders, and then anytime you start a new project, it will go out there and create that top level subdirectory that is called whatever the project name is, and then underneath that folder, it creates all of those other folders that you defined here in this project folder model. And then you go into the setup here under the data type subfolders, and that's where you tell it okay, if I see a file name that is a .crd file, that tells me it's a coordinate file. Where do I put my coordinate file? Well, I may put it in a folder somewhere in my structure that I have called points. I may see a .pro file, which is a profile. I would put that in, say, this folder called alignments and profiles. So you assign it, and that's where that type of data goes to live when you create it and work with it. Now, the other and the default model is this thing called a drawing folder. And all that means is that all of those different types of files and data that you're going to be dealing with are going to be by default located in the same folder, wherever it is, of your drawing file. Okay, so we typically will keep that drawing file and maybe some other drawing files that are related to this project, but we keep all those in the same folder, and then all of that data lives in that folder. Now, again, it sounds rigid and enforced, but really all this is setting up the default location that it's going to go and look for those files when you need to open them or when you need to create them. You're going to see it would switch you to a different folder automatically, so you're not always pulling down, you know, subfolder lists and navigating back and forth to different folder structures. That's what the intent of this is, okay? And that's really all you need to really sort of know about this. You're going to figure that part out through daily usage very quickly. And like I said, the default is this drawing folder, what we call follow the drawing type of work. This project folder model is really useful if you work in a larger organization, particularly if you have multiple offices in different locations. So if, you know, an employee at one location is working on a project, they can pick up and work on a project that's in another office, for instance, but be confident that all of the files are all going to be stored in the same location. So, you know, there's some of that kind of data management that's sort of above and beyond just strictly Carlson data management and Carlson control. Okay, so and we'll see, and there's a couple of little tricks in here. I'll show you where that is when we get to it, and I'll show you those little tricks. And right here's the big trick I wanted to show you about. Like I say, we'll see it, is that here's an example of using those project folders. Here's a centerline file, here's a coordinate file, and you see those two files have been assigned to live in a subfolder, one called data, then alignments and profiles. Here's one called data points. And you see these other file names have not been assigned, so they don't require you to assign it. But they allow you, and that's where you set these up as your default locations. But now here's the little trick with this whole thing is, even if I don't use this, and to be honest with you, I don't. I'm a solo practice, so I use that this drawing folder approach, the one in the middle here, in my own practice. But the secret is that you can temporarily switch that, go into the data type subfolders, and you'll see all of these different extensions all the way down to, I think there's 117 or how, I don't remember. But all of those different descriptions, and then look over here on the far column, it tells you what those are. So if you've wondered, well, here's a CRD file, I know that's a coordinate file, but what's a CRDB file? And that's a coordinate file that is SQL or SQL, some call it SQL-like database. It's basically the B just is an extended character. It doesn't mean binary, they're both binary. Here's a DAT file. Well, that DAT file, well, that didn't tell me much. Is it data of what kind? Well, I look over here and that's GPS localization data. Okay, so if you ever wonder what a file extension is that gets created, you're looking through your files and your folders out there in Windows Explorer, you don't know what it is, you could go to this and look that up. Okay, or you could even run this once run this whole thing back, hit the report button down here, generate a report, and just pin that up on your bulletin board. You've got all the different file extensions. All right, so no big deal. And it's not an earth-shattering trick, but it's a little trick that you can get out of that business. Now, what's on the menu is a little section that just talks about general compared to modular menus. Okay, and the software is broken across. And these menus I'm talking about are the pull down menus. Like if you go to the file, edit, view, help window, all of those menus across the top, just like you see here in my main menu bar, those are the types of menus that you're going to have. Now, those menus are going to change depending on which module you're in, but every module has these particular general menus: file, edit, view, draw, inquiry, settings, and points. It doesn't matter if you're in survey, civil, mining, hydro, GPS, and then also window and help, which are over on the, these other two sides over here. So you'll see those always, always, always. And then in whichever module that you are in is going to have, to the right of the file edit view, or the file edit view, draw, inquiry, settings, and points. So just to the right of the points menu, it starts a series of additional menus. And when you switch modules, those additional menus are going to be the ones that change, that give you access to the different commands. And so just in general, here's what's on the file menu. There are things that control file, like open, print, save, things like that you're aware of. Edit menu contains basic editing commands, and these are commands that are used to do basic CAD type edits to things that are in your drawing. Okay, you get standard things like copy, erase, move, etc. But many of these tools are what we call Carlson modified, or I had a student in a class once that came up with a term he liked to call these are his Carlsonifications, if you will, of let's say the polyline command in AutoCAD is called P-line, or you can spell it out polyline. But Carlson has a 2DPL command that is the Carlsonification of AutoCAD's polyline command. And it adds some additional functionality to it. Okay, so it adds I see a great deal of additional control and options. The same basic manipulation on those same basic CAD entities, but with some additional power. So that's what the edit menu is going to typically have. And the draw menu, just like it says, draw commands, things you're going to use to draw things with. And these are generally things that you would use to create these CAD entities, sort of on a manual side of things, although you do have some powerful tools in here like shrink wrap entities, inserting some symbols. You've got some hidden like it says here, some hidden jewels that are sort of buried deep in that menu, like this curve calculator that you can type in any known data as far as that curve. As soon as you hit, as soon as you get enough data that it solves it, it will solve the rest of this information. You can also select an existing curve that's drawn, or you can click 3 points to define that curve. And then you can even, once you have the data, you got a plot button and you can have it draw into the drawing, things like that. Little helper things that are sort of tucked away and hidden, and we'll see where some of those are as well. Okay. So then after that, you have an inquiry menu, which is, again, looking at things in the drawing, giving you some information about those. So you're going to report on those entities, or list them, or print them, or do some kind of means of getting some information. Now, you may have noticed between this, between these two commands, draw or menu types, draw menu and inquiry menu, and then if we look back here, the edit menu, that's really heart and soul, the core part of your drawing file, because if you want to look at it as a decision tree, you've got only two conditions in a CAD file. Either something in that file exists or something does not. Okay, so if it does not exist, then you need to create it. And so those would be commands that I would start looking, say, on this draw menu. That's where I'm going to draw things. Now, there's other ways of creating those things as well over in those specialized menus, and we'll talk about them in a little bit. So let's say we do now have something in a drawing. That was their first question. It either exists or it does not. If it does not, I'm going to draw. If it does, I've got two things I can do to it. I can ask questions about it. It's my inquiry, so I can look for the status of those things, or I can make changes to them. That's my edit menu. And so that would give me a sort of a roadmap as to where to start looking for particular tools. The rest of this is going to be, setting up some settings. They're sort of one and done type of things. And then we have this points menu, and that's sort of a basic underpinning using Carlson points. And you'll see when we go through these exercises what we mean by that and how it becomes sort of foundational. Beyond the points menu, then you've got these modular menus. And these are where, like I said up here, if it's too hard to go to a command to just draw it outright, sometimes you'll see things like in these modular menus, like over here on this side, Lacey, you mentioned you're using I think it was you, the civil module that you're using. Doesn't matter, some of you are doing it. But you'll see I've got a menu under the civil module for 3D data. I've got another set of commands for surfaces. And these are all menus, different menus. Each one of these has a set of commands. Center line. Well, a center line is really just a polyline, but it is an alignment. It's a defined alignment. So I can choose some different things. I've got this annotate, for instance. In annotate, I've got up here under survey, under civil, under construction, all of these different places have this annotate menu. Now, what annotate does, if you think about what the word does, is it notes or notates or creates labels, text and such. So it's going to be some additional commands that are going to read the data in my CAD file, let's say a property line or just any type of alignment, and it can print into my line as a piece of text into my drawing file. It will put in, say, the bearing and distance of that structure, of that feature, or maybe the square footage and acreage of a parcel or something like that. Okay, so I'm perfectly free to issue the text command, which would be back under this draw menu. There's a text submenu under there where I could type those pieces of text and set the alignment, set the text height. But the annotate command is going to read the data and calculate those things into text and place them in the drawing. Once they're placed, they're just text or multi-line text in text entities. But the other nice thing about annotation is that because it's reading geometry and creating the labels, when that geometry changes, depending on what your settings are, the annotation can be made to automatically change when those things change as well. And we'll see where all that's done. But that's essentially it. It either something in the drawing file either does not exist or it does exist. If it needs to exist, you need to create it through the draw menu or through things like annotate or Cinderline or Kogo. That's a computational, a series of computational tools called coordinate geometry, deals with points. Under the surface menu that helps to generate those terrain models. All of those things have things that will generate geometry or geometric elements in your CAD file. So that's basically it. If it needs to exist, look on the draw menu, look on these other commands. Now, once it does exist, if it needs to not exist, of course, you simply select it and delete it. If you do want to keep it, then what can you do with it? Well, you either ask questions about it or get information about it, look at, reporting, or you might sometimes need to modify it. And it's where you have these commands as well. And there are all kinds of them. That edit menu is huge with all kinds of subroutines and pull rights and lower depths and such. But once you see where those are and get familiar with them, and you'll probably start to pull in from toolbars because you'll get familiar with what the command is, and you don't want to dig 7 levels deep into the menus. So I'll show you where those are as well. Now, so that's generally what we're talking about here under these, this section in the book called, let's go back up to it here. That was called What's on the Menu. That was where we just were, general versus modular. That's this stuff over here. So the difference between the general menus and the modular menus. Now, what we didn't go into there was all the individual commands that are on those menus, but never fear, just to be complete, we do have at the end of our discussion section and exercises, we at that point go and talk about these these general menus under the command reference, and it's just the general menus. Chemizier, you'll see in your, you'll notice in your civil manual, you not only have these general menu commands, then you have the modular menu commands after that, all of the civil commands that follow. But this goes into each one of these areas, command by command by command, as long as it's a Carlson command. So one of the things you'll notice, we'll pop over here to the edit menu. And here we go. Let's look at this. See, this edit menu, as well as these other menus, contain standard CAD tools like move, copy, trim, rotate, as well as some Carlson enhanced, or those Carlsonifications, Carlson enhanced variations on those standard editing functions. Anything that you see in the book under these different menu sections, this one's now talking about edit menu, is going to be discussing those Carlsonification. If it is a standard CAD type function, like if you look here in this picture, under the edit menu, erase by select, erase single, erase last, those things you don't see over here because they're standard CAD commands. But this erase by layer, there's your first real Carlson modification, and it's a really useful tool. So it's then going to be talked about. Erase by closed polyline, erased outside. All of those things that you see here are going to be discussed here. For instance, you see here, it goes erase outside, erase temporary, erase, and then it goes to copy to layer. So it doesn't talk about oops. Oops is a standard CAD tool. Now we'll talk about it. If you've never used that, it's a really useful tool, but it's been part of AutoCAD since day one. But just so that you're aware that it's there. But you also notice some of these commands are bold and colored red. Okay, now all that means is, I think I talk about it here at some point, not. Well, anyway, somewhere in some of this discussion, at some point, there's a little, it's just a simple statement that says, if you, oh, here it is. Just says emphasis has been added to indicate commands that are particularly useful in typical workflows. So that's all that you're going to need to take away from these commands that are bold and red are just commands that I have run across through the years that are really, really helpful and useful commands. All of the commands are useful, but something like extend to intersection is not a command that I use a whole lot of, because that's, I would either just do a zero radius fillet, or I would do a join nearest and have it joined by extend to intersection method. Now that goes a little bit more than just this, simply does the extending and trimming back. But those other commands actually connect those pieces into the same entity. So, there's a little difference, and that's why this command still exists, but it's not one I use a lot. So it's not, I didn't indicate it as red and bold. Now you may find that you do say, you're going to do this, let's see, an entity insertion point rotate. Let's say you've got a bunch of blocks in your drawing and you want to rotate them all by the same amount. Well, instead of having to run the rotate command, rotate about the insertion point and do that individually for each one of those objects. So this would step through that group of selected objects and will do that rotation for you as a basically a single effort instead of an individual effort. It's basically batch rotation. Okay, so very important command to have. It's there, but it's just not one that I do a whole lot of, but you may find that you do that all the time. So that may become your boldface red text menu, but that's all that these bold red labels mean, are that they are things that I find, that I have found through the years to be very useful. Okay, and so as you step through these, a lot of these you'll also notice if you hang out in the help system much, you'll see that some of these blocks of discussion are either taken straight out of the help system, or they are part of that help system, but then edited to be smaller because you didn't need to know, 5 pages worth of stuff about this, or they've been expanded because sometimes in this point group manager, for instance, maybe you did need to know what those are. Okay. So that's what this last half of the book is. After these exercises are where these commands are explained. And that would be the first place I would look if I needed to know about a particular command. I will give you a point of knowledge here in terms of this book, that I don't know of any commands offhand that are added to the command set that are not there. But this, this manual was put together several years ago, and the software is beyond the level that the software was when this manual was created. But the commands are basically the same. So you may see some slight differences, like maybe a new dialog box or a new tweak on a setting or something like that. But basically it's still pretty one-to-one the same. You may run across a command that's not listed here in the book. But like I said, I can't think of any that are not also covered there. All right, so that's the basic structure. And we're going to take a little break here in a minute. And then when we come back, we're going to start talking about our settings and then start getting into our points and, start going through some exercises so you can get your, get your hands dirty a little bit and start playing around and figuring out where some of these lovely tools are and what they can do. So it's not necessarily going to be just hopping into points, we're going to start looking at things that are in our drawing or in a drawing and how we can manipulate those and some of those basic edit, draw, view, inquiry, all of those various tools that we've got. Okay. So with that, and it being a quarter after the hour, we're going to let you stretch your legs out here. We're going to come back in 15 minutes. So till 10:30, and I'll give you a nice little mid-morning break. 10:30 my time. I recognize that the poor old Jamizier out in California had to get up really early this morning, so I apologize there, but so it's not 10:15 out there for you. But in any case, we're going to come back in about 15 minutes. And but before we go, does anybody have any question that may have occurred to you as we've gone through this little bit of structure of the manual? Everybody good with all that? All right, so when we come back, I'm going to temporarily suspend the recording, and we'll pick up from there. So where we left off was talking about some settings, and I normally go right straight into this part and we start talking about some things, but I think to help ease the excruciating dryness of that topic, and we will cover them. I'm going to jump ahead a little bit and just let you start using some of these tools so you can, see how things work. Because a lot of people are very visual and can learn things, by seeing what happens, and it sort of comes into play instead of going through all this text and setting stuff. So we'll come back to those from time to time as we get things set up. So with that in mind, we're going to go through a couple of exercises that are not actually in the book, just some edit type of things. So go ahead and start up Carlson, and let's see, I'm going to go ahead and close this. And you should come to a screen that looks like this in some fashion. This is called the start page. Yours might be different if you're using AutoCAD versus IntelliCAD. Now, so you can create a new drawing here, or you can open a file, or you can pick from a list of recent files. So what I'd like you to do is let's go ahead and open a file. And let's navigate to the place where we have stored the data that you downloaded. So in my case, it went on my drive. See, I placed mine in Carlson Projects under a folder called 2023-01-12 Fundamentals class. And inside that folder, I have a folder called Data Sets for Fundamentals class. That was that downloaded folder. And you should have in there a civil demo, an example one completed, an example one, and a sample from T3 Global. So to keep things relatively simple, let's open up this civil demo for a minute. So we'll select that file and choose open. And as it loads, now, I've done a little bit of work here and I've saved it to a layout, but you should see something like this. Everybody have that okay? Oh, good. If not, give me a yell and we can make sure everybody's got the file up and going. Now, this is a very typical little subdivision. You can see some individual lots. You can also see a couple things that are missing, like there's a lot line that does not go through lot to separate 78 to 79. That was actually a little exercise that allows you to create that. We'll look at how we're going to do that.
Yeah, I'm falling behind.
Okay,
For some reason.
all right. Did you, you got your data sets downloaded?
Yeah, I got both of them set, or both those files downloaded and all that.
All right, so inside that folder, there should be a file called civil demo.
Correct. And open. And you said open with, right?
Well, or just open
All
that.
right. Okay. Opening with AutoCAD.
Oh, now, are you opening it from Windows Explorer?
No,
Okay,
I got
You
my
opened
startup
it-
with
you opened it
startup
from,
wizard.
yeah, from that thing. Okay, good. All right, so does it come into something like this?
Do I hit continue with the DWG file or just exit? Okay.
It should be.
All right. Yep. All right. I got it.
Got it? All right,
Yeah.
now. What this is, let's sort of backtrack a little bit into what we have on the screen. Now I realize your toolbars and placements of things are going to be different on your screen than mine. But what you have are a bunch of things drawn in a drawing, right? So what are we looking at? And if we, if you're using AutoCAD, if you hover the mouse over any of those drawn things and just let the mouse sit over it, you should see a little pop-up, a little mini window that tells you what layer it's on, what type of thing it is, maybe what color, some little things like that, which is called a mini properties. IntelliCAD doesn't do that. I have to actually select something, and then if I don't have my properties box up, I can right click and choose properties, and it will pop up this as a properties. It's called a palette. Okay, and then that can be, if I hover over these things here, I've got a little menu on the side. I'm going to dock it to the left, and you can have it to auto hide. You see when I move the mouse to the spine, it pops that open. But I find for this particular palette, I like to leave it open all the time because I use this stuff quite often. Okay, so I look at stuff there and I can select a given entity, and I can select more than one. And you see it tells me up here at the top I have 3 polylines. If I then, and notice they're all on the same layer, you have various line types. They're not all the same. They're different for that. But they are all the same color, which is called by layer. We'll talk about that in a minute as well. But if I keep adding to my selection, notice I'm going to get some different types of things here. Now I look up here at the top in my properties, I'll say I have 7 items. I have 2 pieces of text. So if I choose that, it just shows me those 2 pieces of text, even though these others are still selected, or I can choose those 5 polylines. Okay, so that gives me an idea about some things that are the same for all of the different categories, like the line type scale is set to 1 for everything. You'll see a value. If things differ one to the other, you'll see this thing that says varies. Now, if you wanted to say, take all of those things and change their color, for instance, let's change their color to yellow, then everything that I had selected, and I'll now press escape to clear that out. You see, I had these 2 house footprints and these items here. They were selected and they were set to a color of yellow, a specific color, not the one that says by layer. If I say by layer, then they're going to take on the value for color that is defined in the layer definition. Now, is everybody, excuse me, is And oh, excuse me, not enough coffee yet. All right, is everybody familiar with the idea of layers and how they're used and how you define the properties of layers? Anybody need a quick little refresher with that?
I'll take a refresher.
All right. So what we're going to be doing with our data is putting our drawn elements on specific layers. So that, and we would typically put things on a layer. And a layer is just a list of names that holds data that is typically of the same nature. Now you'll notice a lot of times in larger files, sometimes things are not really put on the correct layer. They're, accidentally put on one, or they're done in a hurry and they weren't put on the right layer. So sometimes you have to change things. But the benefits of having layers done separately is I can do something like this command here, for instance, under the view menu. If I isolate layers, let's say all I want to work on are the house outlines. If I choose isolate layers and I pick the house, one item on that layer, and I hit enter, then everything else goes away and I'm just working on the houses. To put that back, I would go back to my view menu and I would restore layers. Now that can be done more than one thing. Let's say I want to do the houses and the driveways and the road edges. Okay, so now I've isolated just those layers, and it turns all the other layers off and leaves me with just the ones I've got done here. So I could do, I can very easily now select all these, and I didn't select all of those other things that are in the drawing because they're temporarily not available to me now. Okay, some manipulation there. So back to view, restore layers. So that's one way that layers are important, is it lets us put things on certain layers. Now, you may notice like maybe this house was set on, a layer called final. Now notice if I isolate layers and I choose one of these houses, well, that one did not show up because it's on that different layer, even though, and I'll go back to restore layers, it looks identical because it is on a layer called final that also has the same color. So that didn't help me. And you got to be aware sometimes, and you'd have to say that, all right, I need to put that on the same layer as this item here too. Now you can simply look at this, see what layer it's on, buildings, clear your selection, select this item and change that back to buildings from here. Or there's other tools like, there's a little toolbar up here in there, and this is their standard toolbar, and it's a paintbrush that says match properties, and it says select, says down there at the bottom, select the entities to copy from. So if I select this, now select the entities to copy to, I select this. And you didn't see anything happen because the color was the same. But if I now look at this item, I see that it put it on that same layer. It would also have changed the color. Anything that this one was, this one now becomes.
Okay.
Okay, so that's why layers are important, is to help us organize the work. And we can turn various layers on and off. For instance, if we wanted to print this drawing, and I'm going to go down here to the bottom, I'm going to click this layout tab here, and I'm going to go over inside this viewport, and I'm going to freeze my driveways. Okay, and so now if I were to plot this, or let's do one more. I'm going to freeze also these lot numbers. All right, so now if I were to plot this drawing, it would not draw my driveways, it would not draw my lot numbers. Okay, and you notice that everything is black and white, all the same line weight. I do have some different lines, and we'll talk about that a little later on. That is because it is in a particular viewport, and that viewport has a different definition for things on those layers than when I was in my model space. So you see my driveways are still there, my lot numbers are still there, but just while I'm in this viewport, I did something to those particular layers with those tools, and I'll show you what that is right here. And go to the view menu, and I'm going to choose this command called layer control. And when that comes up, here are those layers. There's that buildings that are red. I had the lot numbers, which were white, okay? And I have a layer name, I have a color assigned to that layer. And all that means is that when I create an entity and I put it on a particular layer, and if I tell the CAD system that that entity's color is by layer, then it takes on the color assigned in this definition here. Otherwise, I could, like we did when we made those things yellow, they could have a specific color that is not by layer, but usually everything we do is going to stay with a by layer color. Not always, but usually. Now, notice I also can assign a different line type. So you see a center line, a dash line. Everything else is continuous, and it has, you know, a bunch of particular line types that you can use. You can load up more, you can have custom line types, and you can turn things on and off. That's the little light bulb here. If you lock a layer, that means even if you do a command on something on that layer, it won't allow that entity to be changed because it's locked. You can freeze and thaw, which is different from on and off a little bit. We'll talk about that difference here in a minute. But freeze and thaw, and then you have a line weight. Again, you can assign a specific line weight. So if, let's say, our buildings, for instance, we wanted our buildings to be thick and heavy. You can set a transparency, you can assign a material, a print style, whether or not that layer prints. Because you can show it in your drawing, but then tell it not to print when you go to print it. But now look at this column here. This is called current viewport. For new viewports, and then viewport color, line type, line weight, transparency, that sort of stuff. So under this current viewport, you have a freeze and thaw condition. Now remember the one that we were in back here. Once I was in this viewport, that's when these other columns show up, and you see this one, driveways and lot number. It says inside that viewport only, they are frozen. Everywhere else, they're still thawed. So that's why you can see them in model space, but not within this viewport. Now, if I'm not inside a viewport, and again, we'll get to those later on. If I'm just out here in regular space and I'm just double clicking inside and outside. Now, you may not even have this viewport showed up in yours, but let's say I'm just out here in the paper space. And if I look at my layers, which are right here, that layer control or view layer control. See, as long as I'm in paper space where I can have viewports, I'm going to get this viewport list, and it says for a current viewport. Now, I'm not in a current viewport, so that wouldn't have the effect. If I go back to model space and I use that same command, my layers command, see, I don't have those other columns. It's only what's globally defined. Okay, now notice remember we changed the buildings to be that heavier line weight. I'm gonna come down here on the bottom where these icons are, and I'm gonna see this one right here that says line weight on and off, and I'm gonna double click it to turn it on. Double click it to turn it off. That means to display the line weight. And those items, if I look at the properties of say that and that, over here, its line weight is also called by layer. But I could individually make them bigger than the other items on that layer. Okay, so every entity has a set of properties that you'll see over here. And they have defined properties like color, line weight, line style, line type, scale. And you notice a lot of them have this thing called by layer. Now that says line type continuous. That line type could also be by layer, probably should be. Here's a center line of the road. You see that line type is by layer because layer center line in my layer control, layer CL has a center as a line type. Okay. If you change that definition on your layer control for CL, say from center line to, let's use dash dot 2. See how that changes the style of that. And I'll put this back to center. Okay, so that's basically the rough and tumble about layers. We're going to be able to manipulate, select items, isolate layers so we can work on things without a lot of clutter around us. And when we do that, let's go back to view and let's isolate layers and let's pick the buildings and their driveways. Okay. Now let's go back to view and look at layer control. And if you look at that, you see there's buildings and it's current right now because it's got a check mark. That means that's my current layer. And if you want to set one current, you select it and you can come up here and choose current, or you can just double click it and it makes it current. Well, right now it's frozen. But the only two that are thawed are the buildings and the driveways. Everything else is frozen, and that was done. And I could have done that manually. I could have just gone through. Let's go back to view and restore layers. And I could have gone to view layer control, and I could have said, all right, I want to select all. Well, first of all, I'm going to make buildings current. And then I'm going to select buildings and driveways as my two layers. So I'm going to, I'm going to select buildings and control click driveways. And then I'm going to right click and choose invert selection. And I'll just click in this freeze thaw, just that one. Now, if I click off, I see it. The only two I've got thawed are buildings and driveways. And if I look back here, that's done the same effect if I had done it with the Carlson tool. Now you may see how, and I'll put all these back on, you may see how it's easier to use the command isolate layer. So you don't have to know which layer it is and go into the long list of layers, because this list of layers that you see right here, that can be hundreds, sometimes thousands of layers. And you don't want to have to sort through all those to try to control them. So that right there is one of the great set of Carlson tools here that lets you isolate this. Yes, Chimizu, you had a question. You're muted. I can't hear you.
So when you brought up the layer control palette, I noticed that mine did not have some of the some of the tools that you have up on yours, like on this, like you have the clipping tool, you have like
Yes,
most of those tools. I don't have them. I have setting layout current and all of that.
right, right. You have that, and that is a
Now, how-
difference between the AutoCAD and the IntelliCAD version. And I'll point that out right now. It's a very good thing to notice, because if you look at this palette, look at the title right here. It says Explorer Layers. Now, I've only been using it to talk about layers, but look what else it has over here on the left. I've got layer states. I've got line types, text styles, coordinate systems, views, layouts, blocks, dimension styles, all of the different things, even external references. Now, in AutoCAD, you have to do every one of these things with a different command. You can still use those commands. Like, for instance, if I wanted to reference in a file, another file to show in this drawing, in AutoCAD, I would do it with this command, xref, and it brings this up, and then I would attach a drawing, okay? But in IntelliCAD, I can do that just like in AutoCAD, or I can do it with this Explorer, and I just switch to external references, right click, either insert or attach. You know, it's the very same result, but it's just all contained in a single tool. This is one of the very powerful things that I like about the IntelliCAD version, is that it puts a lot of commands into one command for me. Okay, but it's not necessary for you to have that. You just need to know which command to use to bring those other items up. Text styles, you would do that through wherever it is here, change, or not change text style, but I'd see it's under draw, maybe draw text. Set style. And you can also get that just by typing the word style at the command line and hitting enter. See down here where it shows style at the bottom left of the screen. So that lets you change a style there, but in IntelliCAD, I can just go to my text style and change all of those different things about it here. For instance, there's standard, and instead of using that text font, I may think that I may want to have that set to Arial. Okay. And then I can select certain items and go over here to their properties and change their style from lot number to standard. You see how they're different. Okay. I can also select one of those and select similar. Notice it gets all of the lot numbers because it looks at layer membership and that sort of stuff. And I look at style and it says varies. Well, I can put those back to make them all the same style, called lot number. Okay. So like Jamisi said here, the layer control, which is if you pull down the view menu and choose layer control, or choose it from a toolbar like I did, is going to bring up your layers where you define what the layer characteristics are. But in IntelliCAD, you have all of these other things. In AutoCAD, you would do that with a different command. Now, I'll try not to, since a couple of you have the AutoCAD version, you and Josh have that. I'll try not to do this. I will admit that I do this most often in my daily work, just because it's a lot more efficient for me. But I'll anytime we need to do something like that, and if you find that you're not, if I do that and you're not sure where that is, be sure to let me know, because I'll go back and use the right command, because you still have those commands in IntelliCAD. You just don't need to use them that way. Okay, now, so those are a couple of things. Notice we can select them and look at their properties over here. If we got our properties palette, or we can right click and choose properties if it's not up. So we can see things about it. Or if you have AutoCAD, if you just hover the mouse, you'll see some of those properties in a little pop-up box. Okay, that's one thing that AutoCAD has that I wish IntelliCAD did have, and there might be a setting somewhere. I don't see it down here on the bottom.
I don't have a properties control. It's weird. I'm right clicking, but no properties.
If you select something, right click,
Select.
somewhere you should see properties.
It's quick properties.
No, it should be properties.
Uh,
If you
Right there. Okay.
got it.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I would go ahead and dock that over on the side so that it's always available, because we're going to use that a lot. All right. Now, there's a couple of things to take a look at here too, that you'll find that you use a lot, and you'll notice that you see that blue line, that contour line, it runs underneath the house here. You see the red line is over top of it. Can you see that? I'm up here at lot 82.
Yes.
Okay, so that is a concept of what we call draw order. And right now the buildings, even though they're not necessarily at a different elevation, this does not work on elevation like MicroStation does. This works on draw order. So this building, if I select that building, right click and choose draw order, I can bring it to the front, put it in the back, or put it above other objects or underneath other objects. So if I just take it and extend it straight to the back, notice now that my blue line writes over top of the red instead of being underneath the red. So I'm going to select that and choose draw order, bring it back to the front, and now you see the red overwrites, you know, where that blue line goes. So the red's over top of it. All right, so that's totally cosmetic. That has nothing to do with anything, but you may find you had things like, let's do this as a little quick exercise. Let's go to view, isolate layers, and let's pick the buildings. All right, and let's take a look at, let's select every one of these. Now notice when I select toward the left, I have a dashed line. That means that it only has to touch the item I'm selecting, like these last two things. And if I touch it, it will be selected. I'm going to press escape, and I'm going to click here and go to the right. Notice it's solid and it's blue. And now I'm going to get these two, and even though I'm touching those last two, if I click, everything that is selected has to be entirely within that window. So those two did not get selected. That's what's called crossing selection or window selection. And it's done by left and right, whichever direction you choose. Okay, so that's a way of selecting elements. Now, so you should have all these. So I'm going to now select all of those. You can also simply right click, do some quick selects, or you can just select, you can issue a select command. And in response to that, you can actually type the word all. And it still says, okay, select commands. I've got 14 in my set. You see down on the command line. So I'm through selecting. So it's now selected everything. And those other things that are now not visible are not selected because they're not part of the all keyword, because they're on layers that are frozen. Keep that part in mind for a little bit here in a second. So I've got everything selected. I'm going to look at their properties. I see, well, all right, so I may have to do this by selecting. All right, so I see I've got 14 polylines. That's good, but they all, I want to make sure they're all closed. They're mathematically closed. So they all down here at my closed item, they say yes. Okay, that means that there's, if I change them to no, you see how those closing segments go away if they were created that way. All right, so I want to make sure they're closed. They are all closed. Now, I'm going to draw. So I'm going to the draw menu. I'm going to fill these buildings with a hatch. I want to draw a hatch. If I can find out, why is it no? Oh, here it is. Sorry, way up here in the top. So if I draw hatch, I'm just going to do a standard hatch, which is what AutoCAD will give you. This is a Carlson command. You can say solid fill polyline, and you could give it a particular color. Say okay, then select your items. All right, so it used the same hatch. I'm going to undo that. So I'm going to go to edit, undo. So I'm going to draw a hatch. I'm going to say draw hatch, standard hatch. And I'm going to use a predefined, and the pattern I'm going to do all the way up the top, I'm going to choose solid. And I'm going to make its color. I'll scroll down to the bottom and choose select color, and I'm going to use this gray color. Just choose one of the grays. And now when it says, how do I want to do my boundaries? I'm going to choose this add select entities. I'm going to choose that button, and I'm going to grab everything and it goes out, does the hatch, and I'm going to say, okay, now I've got the hatch drawn inside each building. Okay. Now let's go back to the view menu and restore the layers. And now you can see those hatches are drawn, but because they were drawn later than these contour lines, for instance, they are now sitting on top of it. So this gets back to that draw order command. Now that may be what you want, but in case something is like that and it covers up something you want to see, I'm going to select that hatch, and that is a single entity. When you create it the way we did it, it could be individuals. But I'm going to select those. I'm going to right click and choose draw order and bring those all the way down to the back. So now they're there, but they sit underneath these lines, which are now no longer at the backmost level. This hatch is at the backmost level, and I can see other things that happen to lie in the same space. Okay. Very good sense of how that works. Now, a couple of things to point out. And by the way, that hatch, you see, it's on the same layer as buildings. The hatch doesn't have to be. The hatch can be on a layer by itself. It can be on a separate layer. And in my layer list, I don't have one here called hatches or something. If I come up here and choose a new item or right click and choose new layer, and I just call that hatch, and I'm going to set that color to yellow. And I'll say, okay, so now I've got a hatch layer that's yellow. I'll select this item. I'm going to change its layer from buildings down to hatch, but notice they're still gray because the layer, or the color was set to a specific color. If I change that to be by layer, it's now yellow. If I go back to my layer definition now, and if I don't want to change those individually, and I go to hatch and I choose, instead of yellow, I choose that gray, that was at 253. See, they follow the layer definition because their property for color says by layer. Okay, so every entity can have an individually assigned property, or it can be a by layer property if it is one of these properties like color, line type, line weight, transparency, etc. Okay. Now here is an example. Here's a center line. Its color is by layer. This is a layer center line, but its color is specifically red. So I may want to select that. I'm going to right click and choose select similar. Notice it picks up everything on that layer center line. And I'm going to make its color to be by layer. So the layer for center line, or the items that are on that layer, are now specifically set to be by layer. And if I don't like that white for center line, I'm just going to redefine white to be red, or let's use this, say, orange color 30. So now you can see how that has taken on those properties. All right. Now, we've been doing things like selecting items and looking over at their properties, and we can see what they are. If you have AutoCAD, you can hover over individual items and you can see some of the properties. Well, Carlson has a pretty nice similar tool. And this is now what we're doing. Remember our decision tree. We said something either exists or it does not exist. If it does not, we need to make it exist. Oh, there's one that's on oh, that was a line instead of a polyline. So if I make that by color, all right. So if we needed to create something, we would have gone to our draw tools, like we did the hatch. We went to draw hatch for the buildings. But now that things are there, like we've been selecting and looking at properties, so that's an inquiry type of thing. So we could go to inquiry and we could say, list this item. So if I choose this and now hit enter to finish my selection, see down at the bottom, it tells me I have one in the set. Select entities. It wants more entities. I'm done. I'm just going to hit enter. And I'm going to get a listing of everything here. And I can either scroll it or hit enter to look at the next screen. So that tells me what layer it's on, tells me what color, what line type, what line weight, whether it's open or closed. You know, I can't really change anything from here, but it shows me where all of the vertex points are, point by point by point, which I can see over here in my vertex scroller. Those are those individual points of that polyline. And you see the numbers change over here. So what else do we have instead of that? On my inquiry menu, I have this nice little thing called a drawing inspector. And notice that says drawing inspector on or off. So if I choose it, it's going to toggle the state from whatever it is now, which is off. So I choose it, it is now on, and it tells me down here on the bottom, inspector is on. Right click to activate the menu. So I'm going to leave it alone for a moment. And I look here under my inquiry menu. If I choose it again, you see it says inspector is off. So I'm going to turn my drawing inspector back on. Now I'm going to right click to bring this menu up. Now I can do things like if I want to see, the only thing I'm interested in looking at is, say, the elevation of an item. Well, I'm going to come down here where it says display the polyline data, and I'm going to click that again to turn it off. I'll right click the menu again and see the only thing I've got is display elevation. I've got enable tag display so that it's going to pop it up next to when I hover the mouse. Now, like with AutoCAD, I can hover the mouse and a little window pops up that says that's 843. That's 842. Notice that label shows there. And it's down at 0, but that's 842. This one is 844, 845. I look at my building. I see that's at 841.819. My hatch is at 0. My driveway is at 0. This building is 841.472. That one's 845.93. Those are my finished floor elevations. And if I look over here on the left, I have this polyline here that is a 3D polyline. So it is going from this elevation of 838, 839, 840 to 841. But now hover the mouse over that blue line and you see that it starts up there at 841 and it walks its way down. Notice the elevation is changing. Now I'm not clicking anything, I'm just hovering the mouse. Okay, so that's showing me all of those different items or those different elevations as I walk along that feature. That's a very useful thing to have sometimes. I can also right click and let's choose show the polyline data. And now as I hover the mouse, let's look at that building again. It tells me some things about that polyline. If it is a constant elevation, you'll see that elevation listed there, 841, 839, tells me the horizontal distance of that segment of that building is 20 feet. And it has a slope distance of 20 feet because it's planar. And it starts at elevation 841, 839. It ends at that same elevation, has a 0% slope, a basically infinity to 1 ratio. It has a total distance of 160 feet. That's the perimeter all the way around it. And the current distance, 90.857, is the distance from the starting point to where my mouse currently is pointing. And because it is closed, it shows me the area in square feet and acres. Okay. If I look at, say, one of these property lines, and you notice as I move, my current distance is going to change. And it shows me that area. Now that property line, if I select it, you see that is still a closed line. If I hover on one of these lot lines, notice it's not a closed figure. So you don't see the area. If I look at this guy, notice that as I move, the Z start, it starts at 841 and it ends at 840. Now that's talking about that segment. And if I come down here, it goes from 841 to 840. I go into this segment, it goes from 840 to 839. And you see the number changes as I move, but the start and end is 840, 839. That should be 839 to 838. And then over here, it goes from 838 to 837 and a half and to the end of it. Okay. You see it's at a negative 1.48% slope on that segment. That segment's a negative 1.87% slope, 1.26 and a 0.83. So this particular polyline was created by, finding the elevation of this, snapping to that, snap to that, snap to that, snap to that, and then just extend it at that same slope. So that helps you get a sense of what your data is looking like and whether something's 3D or 2D. Now, this works even if I can still select it and do commands to it. I can right click and choose copy, do all these different modifications, just as if the inspector's not working. So that inquiry drawing inspector on and off is there. Now, the only visual thing you have to remind you that it's running is if you notice the cursor has that crosshair, which is a standard CAD cursor, but it also puts that arrow pointer that tells you that the inspector is running. If you have nothing selected and right click, you can now come down here and turn the drawing inspector off. So that's the same as going to inquiry, drawing inspector on off. Now you see my cursor does not have the pointer It's just the crosshairs, and if I hover the mouse, nothing shows up. Okay. So that's a very useful tool, and there's some other things like that. There's one called a layer inspector, and that will bring up a list down here. And if I choose on this split view, I'm going to make sure I've got, I'm not going to turn zoom on, but I will isolate, and I will restore the view on exit. So if I look at my buildings layer, there's buildings. Notice it isolates. I had to give it a little time to catch up. There's layer 0, nothing on that one. There's my buildings. It will catch up here in a second. Maybe I have to toggle it here. There's buildings. There's center line. There's contour text. Where to have, there's driveways. Okay, so that lets me sort of step through. Now I can also control click and shift click and do different things to where I can see what's going on with this. Now, once that's there, let's say if I only choose, I'm going to choose these hatches. So let's say I wanted to actually get rid of those hatches throughout my whole drawing, everything that's on this layer called hatch. Well, I can come over here and choose erase entities, and they're now gone. And even if you see this entity count 0, if I look at lot lines, it tells me there's 21. So there's my lot line. I have 21 items on that layer, but on hatch, I now have 0 entities. Notice this purge button. If there's something on that layer, I cannot get rid of that layer, but if it's empty, like hatch, if I choose purge, it's going to actually get rid of that layer entirely. And now if I exit, my restore view on exit will bring everything back. And if I look at my layer control, I see I also no longer have that layer called hatch that we created those hatches on, because I did a purge. I got rid of it. I can also go into, say, this layer, if nothing's on it, I can right click and choose delete. And if nothing's on it, it will delete it. If I try it on driveways, for instance, it's going to tell me there's something on it. So you can either delete the record and all entities that reference that. That would do the same thing as what I did with that, erase those entities and then purge. Or I can take everything that's on driveways, move them to a different layer, let's say final, and then delete the layer. Or you can simply skip the record deleting, which would do the same thing as just hitting cancel. Okay, so there's a number of ways that you can manipulate things. Now, there's one other isolation tool that's very handy. Notice what we've been doing so far is we've gone to view and we said isolate layers. And let's say we picked one building, one driveway, and that gets everything on those layers stays isolated and we can work on things. But let's suppose that we only wanted to get this building and driveway and say these 2 buildings and those 2 driveways, and we didn't want these other things, even though they're on the same layer, we didn't want them to be isolated along with them. So I'm going to go back to view and restore my layers. And I'm going to use a command under view. It's called show hide by selection. Now notice these little icons here. That means they also live on a toolbar, which is up here. Those are those same commands. But if I do it here under show hide by selection, I want to isolate by selection. So I'm going to pick this building, this driveway, and now this building and driveway, and this building and driveway. I'll do a crossing selection. And let's go ahead and get these lot lines right there. Now I hit enter, and now it's as if those had been placed on a separate layer by themselves, and that layer is the only one that's thawed, but they're now isolated. Okay, so I can now work on this stuff with all that other thing out of the way. To reverse that, I'm going to go back to my show hide by selection and choose show all. Now the same thing is true by isolating. You can also hide by selection. So if I want this one and say these two, I just want to hide those. You see, those go away, let me work on stuff, and then I can put them back. Okay, so just a means of manipulating things. And Josh, I hope you can see how putting things on specific layers lets you work on those things together. Okay. You can also select.
Yes, that was helpful.
You can also select things by layer. If you right click and choose quick select, you can look at the entire drawing, look at any entities, what property, let's say layer equals, let's say driveways, for instance, and we say, okay, so it's selected everything on driveways. Okay, that's sort of like doing an isolate, and then you select everything with a window. If you don't really need to get them out of the way, you just need them selected, you can do that in that particular fashion. Okay.
Okay.
Now, one last thing to talk about the difference between a layer being off or a layer being frozen, on, off, thawed, and frozen. If a layer is off, that means that the things that are on layers, or let's, for instance, let's turn off the layer. Let's turn off the buildings, for instance. If I go to my layer control and I select buildings, and I'm going to click on the on off, this little light bulb. So I'm going to turn it off. And it tells me you're turning off the current layer. Do you want to keep it on? I'll say, no, I'll turn it off as well. So now that layer is off, so I don't see it. Okay. Now, what that does is if I were to issue a command, simple copy command, I'm going to do a standard copy. And if I select everything with the mouse, I hit enter, and it asks me down here, give it a base point, now a second point. So I'm just going to drag it over here to the side and click, and I'll hit enter to finish. And now I'm going to go back and to my layer control, and I'm going to turn back on the buildings layer. So when I selected with the mouse, because that layer was off, it did not get those items. Okay, so you see in my copy, they're not there. I'm going to now select everything I copied and delete it. I don't need it. Now, I'm going to go back to my layers. And I'm going to make my current layer 0 just because I don't want to get that warning again. I'm going to select buildings. I'm going to turn it off. So it now looks like a dimmed light bulb. Okay.
Yeah, I don't have that on AutoCAD, I don't think. Looking, yeah.
You should have the light bulb column.
Yeah, I don't have that. There it is. Okay.
Yeah.
I had to turn it, I guess, turn the property on more. All right, I got it.
All right, so now I've got my buildings turned off, but now here's the difference between off and frozen. If it is off, the CAD system is still aware of those entities. Now, you saw when I copied by selecting everything with the mouse, it did not select it. However, if I choose copy, standard copy, And this time, instead of selecting with the mouse, if I type all, A-L-L, and I hit enter, I finish my selection by hitting enter again. And I go from here over to here, hit enter to finish. And now I'm going to go back to my layer control. I'm going to turn that layer back on. Notice what happened. Those things were included with that keyword all. Okay.
Mhm.
Now, contrast that with this. If I go to my layers, and instead of going on and off, if I choose buildings and freeze it, now the difference now is if I copy and I type all, I go from here over to here, and I go back and thaw that layer, buildings, thaw, and that's a snowflake or a sun.
Mhm.
Notice they did not come. That's because freeze thaw basically makes AutoCAD or IntelliCAD, amnesiac. It makes it completely unaware of those things on those layers. They're frozen. So as far as CAD is concerned, that layer doesn't even exist. If it is simply off, it just controls the display of those entities. And the command, selections like all, things that will pick things out based on whether or not they exist. So the CAD system is still aware that those items are there, that layer is there. But when you freeze a layer, it temporarily forgets about that layer entirely. Okay, so you see that difference? And that being said, I find through the way I work and the way I have, I guess probably mostly because when I first started with AutoCAD, they did not have the on-off function. It only had freeze and thaw. And that really is the way I work all the time, is I freeze and thaw. I don't really ever do on and off. A lot of people do on off just as a matter of preference. And for all practical purposes, it's going to have the same effect most of the time. So there's no really which one's better to use. It doesn't really matter unless you know specifically you might want to get those items that are just simply out of view, and you want, and it's not just that command copy, the copy command. Sometimes you'll do say an align, you'll do an alignment, you want to move things based on, let's say the practical application is you've surveyed all of this stuff, but you went out there when you started your survey and you set your control points up as a 5,000, 5,000, elevation 100. Well, then you come back later and you say, okay, well, that control point really has this state plane coordinate value in the millions and it's got a real elevation. Well, you can take all of this data and change it from that arbitrary system into the new coordinate space. And sometimes you want to make sure that everything gets translated. So you select by choosing all, or you click a button in the dialog box that says take all entities. If the layer is frozen, they won't be included, but if it's off, they will be. So just sort of something to keep some awareness about as to how that differentiates when you work.
Thank you.
You bet. Now, a couple of other things while we're here with the edit commands. Again, if you select an entity, you notice these little grips that show up. And if you hover the mouse over a particular grip, you'll see it kind of sucks into it and locks in. I get a little menu that says stretch or add a vertex or remove a vertex. I also look down here on my command line at the bottom and I see these coordinates that are constantly changing. And if I just hover and it snaps into that, that is the X, Y, Z coordinate value for that particular point. And if I'm down here, you see it's close, but not exactly right. It has to jump right into that snap. Now, if you do not see your coordinate values down here in the status bar, you need to come over here to the right-hand part of this. Let me see if I can find it individually here. I don't see it. Oh, they've taken that away. Let's see. Used to be a place where you turn those things on and off from a menu. It's good there. Well, I don't see it in this IntelliCAD version. On the AutoCAD version, there should be a little, like an icon on the far right. You can right click that and you'll get a pop-up list of things to show down here on the bottom. If you don't see it in IntelliCAD, and if you don't have your coordinates on an IntelliCAD, you can do that in your settings and your IntelliCAD options. Let's see if I can find it. Display. See that status bar. Let me see if I can find where they put it now in here, because they've changed it.
I think IntelliCAD 2022 had it at the bottom, but it looks like they might have changed it with 20.
Yeah, they
Three.
used to. That's what I'm saying. It's gone off of there now. So if I
Yeah.
want to, let's look for status.
Yeah, I'm not seeing it on AutoCAD as well.
You might just be able to, right click in the blanks. Oh, there it is. That's where they've changed it. Just right click the blank space. Not, if you right click individual units, you'll get the things that pop up containing that tool. If you right click the blank space, you can turn on the different things you want to see. There we go.
Hmm.
Okay, there used to be an icon that did that. Now it's just right click the blank spot. That makes better sense anyway, because of the way the toolbars up here work. Because if you right click up here in the blank space, you can set, well, let me move this up here out of the way. If I right click up here now, I can change to different toolbars that I want to show and hide and turn on, that sort of thing. Okay, so now if you don't see those coordinates, just right click there and make sure that you choose on to show the cursor coordinate values. All right, so now if I select an item and I see that grip, that's going to show me those values for that grip. Notice that point right there is 429.20, 587.46, 843. See that in my status bar. I see over here in my vertex 1, that's those same numbers. If I select here and go to vertex 2, it's 358.70, 505.94. Same thing, if I just simply select it and hover the mouse, I see those same numbers, 358.70, 505.94. Now, with grips and with grip editing, you can simply click on a grip and move it to another location. You can hover a grip and say, remove a vertex. If you hover in a midpoint grip of a 2D polyline, you get an add vertex where you could put something back. You can add, you know, various vertices to change the shape. Now notice when you're on a let's get rid of that vertex, but if you're on a midpoint, you can convert that to an arc. And let's convert that one to an arc, and you can make that like this, and maybe this one. Now, there's no guarantee of tangency in here, but you're just visually setting something up now. So a polyline can have linear segments and arc segments. And see, that's a linear, it still says convert to arc, but if I choose that arc and say convert to line, notice it takes the curve out and puts it back to a line segment. Okay, so these are some little shortcuts that you can use to help you generate things. Now, one of the things that I found very useful for that type of editing is when I'm editing, let's say I've got a some kind of a drawn image. I don't have one to pop in here to show you. But let's say I'm tracing over, say a PDF or a, let's say I'm going to draw something like this, and then I'm going to put a radius in there with my fillet command. I'll give it a radius value here, and I'll say here are. So if I've got a drawing and I'm trying to create this drawing, when I switch to a different, I'm going to switch this down to a different color. So if I'm tracing over top of this and I'm drawing a 2D polyline, I'm going to say I would go from here up to, normally I would go to that endpoint and then I would switch to arc mode. I put an arc in, go to that endpoint, go. But if I'm just basically tracing a photograph or a PDF or something, very quickly, if I go in here and I say I've got a bunch of curves that I need to put in, I'm just going to go up here and just sort of go across like this. And then when I'm done, I'm going to go back and find all those things that ought to be arcs, and I'm going to say convert to arc, and then I'll go up there and match where that is. And a lot of times it's just a visual match. So, there's some real nice shortcuts that you can get out of this grip editing. Yes, to music. You're muted.
So how do you change the setting in the palette that you just when you right click, like when you're on a node, you right click that and you're able to see different, like convert to an arc, for instance.
Yeah.
I don't have that. How do you add that option to the palette?
All right. If you're on one of the vertex points,
Yep.
There's no convert to arc. You have to be on the midpoint grip. And
Okay.
It's a skinnier grip. Yeah. Now, notice you get those type of grips on 2D polylines, but remember this stream center line over here was a 3D. So if I select that, notice I don't have any midpoint grip. So I can't do that on this one because this is a 3-dimensional polyline. And here I'll show you a quick trick too, to be able to verify things are at particular elevations. Zoom out a little ways and then come over here to the side, hold the shift key down and press and hold the wheel on the mouse and just push it up. So now you get a sense of, okay, those are all the things that have elevation. Everything else down here does not. See, they're drawn down here at 0 elevation. You can also do that by manipulating, the view control here. I'm looking edge on from the front or, from one of these side views. If I go back to my top, Or if I get the corner, now I'm at a, you know, at a rotated view, that kind of stuff. Go back to my top view. Okay, so that's one way you can very quickly, if you're curious, just to see, well, what's been elevated, you can do that. Set your view back. If you don't have this little manipulator, if you've got an older version of IntelliCAD, just type the plan. Let's say if I spun this up and I want to put it back. Type the word plan down at the command line and hit enter. And then hit enter again to set the current UCS. Okay, so that puts you back in plan view. I'm not sure when this got added. I think it was just to this 2023 version, and I'm in the IntelliCAD version 11.0.794. So this is actually it hasn't officially been released yet. It's available as a, what they call a technology preview. So it's there. That's what I'm saying. It's getting a lot closer to the way AutoCAD typically works. Okay, let's see. Okay. All right. So, you know, that's a quick way of doing things like to verify that things are at elevation. Like maybe you meant for this streamline, say, I'm going to take that stream line, and if I go to my edit menu, and if I say 3D to 2D, I choose that, I'm going to set the enter elevation 0. Now that part is showing on my command line in angle brackets, which means that's what will be done if I hit enter. So I'm going to hit enter. It's now, if I select it, let's select it. Oh, I must have, let me see, I must have missed it. 3D to 2D, 0, select the entity. There we go. So now when I select it, see, I do now have that convert to arc. I've made it a 2D polyline, or it's just a polyline. It's not a 3D polyline. But if I thought that that was supposed to be up there where those contours are, and if I just do something like that, I go, whoa, wait, I need to make that follow that. So that's a quick way to check that. I've done that. And now I'm going to set that to follow those items. And right now in the survey module, I can't do that real quickly. If I switch to the civil module, notice my menu's changed. I now have this 3D data menu, and I'm going to go for 2D to 3D polyline by screen entities. Now that's available there on that menu. I think there's got to be the way to do this in survey. If I say, no, I guess not. That's one of the tools that the civil module has that survey doesn't. So if I say 2D to 3D by screen entities, I'll uncheck. I don't want to change the layer. I don't want to ignore zeros. I'm going to select this thing to convert. And I'm going to select all of these things to read. So every time it crosses something that I select that has an elevation, it's going to select that elevation. I would enter, and now you see what I've done is to put that back up at that elevation. Okay, so grips on 3D items don't have midpoints. On 2D items, they do. That has that convert to arc or convert to line. And you can move these from point to point to location to location. Now, one other thing, when you're doing this, Like if I'm gonna move this, if I wanna move this right on that corner, notice when I get, see how I'm touching this purple line off to the side, but it jumps to the corner? That's called snapping. Okay, and so that's object snapping or entity snapping. And that's controlled down here on my status bar with this icon right here, entity snap settings. If I right click and choose settings, I tell it which particular, so I snapped to the endpoint. I also say snap to the center of circles if you find them, snap to the midpoints if you find them, and also use extension lines. And those are going to always be set so that if I want to move this, there's the endpoint. If I get closer to the midpoint or closer to that endpoint, you see how that behaves. If I move up here to where that, is that a, no, that's not a true arc. All right, let's see if I can find. An arc somewhere. Yeah, so that would find the center of that arc, which you see is way off the screen. Up there. Okay. So you can turn these on and off, and when you do that, these stay in effect all the time without you having to do anything. But sometimes you want to turn those off because you might want to get this point, say, near to that corner, but you don't, say you want it right there. You don't want it on the corner. And you can do one of two things. You can come down here and turn off by double clicking in IntelliCAD or single clicking in AutoCAD. You can turn off the snapping. So now it doesn't snap and it would go to right there. Or you could, instead of going there, if you knew you wanted it exactly right where you're pointing, one of the snap options under my settings here is nearest. Well, I could either turn it on here, but that leaves it on all the time. But I could do a temporary thing. If I hold the shift key and right click the mouse, I get this, and this is a one-time only type of thing. So I'm going to come down here and choose nearest, which is right up here. So if I say nearest, now you see it turns off those other snaps and it lets me go to the near point right there where I wanted to do it. Okay, but, and that is, if I look back here at my settings, you see it did not activate that. I keep endpoint, center, and midpoint and extension. Those are the things that I typically use. But you see those different things that you can snap to. Nearest, you snap perpendicular. You go to the quadrant of a circle. You can go parallel to another object. A node, which is snapping to an individual CAD point. You snap tangents to arcs. Snap to the intersection of two lines, which may or may not be the endpoint of one of those. Like this intersection up here, that's, well, that is the endpoint of that segment of that arc there, of that polyline there, so that would work. But and then also the insertion point of things like text and blocks. Okay, so those are the different snaps you can do. Now, a lot of people like to have, instead of trying to remember shift right click to bring these up, a lot of people like to have the toolbar up. So if I right click up here in my toolbar space and say show toolbar, and this is an IntelliCAD toolbar, and this is entity snaps. And that would look like this right here. I might put it over here. And so now if I wanted to move that, instead of to the endpoint, I wanted to go nearest, as I'm moving around there, I would just come up here and choose nearest. And see, that has the same effect as if I had chosen right click nearest. And you can see all the different modes that you can use. And we'll use those from time to time as we're going through our exercises. Okay. But it's really important that you do snap things. Like if I needed to put another property here, I'm choosing draw 2D polyline. I'm going to make another parcel over here. And so I bring this up and I'm going to say, I'll keep it at 0 elevation. I will make sure this autocorrect for 90-degree corners is turned off. That's useful if I'm drawing square cornered buildings and I just want to click close and it snaps it into 90 degrees. But make sure that's off, otherwise it will sometimes do it. You don't mean to. And I'm going to uncheck this current drawing properties and I'm going to say, what layer do I want to put it on? Well, I'm going to pick this layer right here. Okay. The color is now, I'll choose set color. I'll choose by layer. And my line type is also by layer. I'll say, okay. Now, if I wanted to make another property, it's very important that you make sure you snap to that endpoint. If you have your snaps off, and I worked with a young lady who had been working in their civil group for about 2 years, and like she would just zoom in here and just go, yeah, I'm going to start there and go off over here. And then by the time, she finished up, and let's say we went, I wanted to go, say, perpendicular to that arc. There we go. So, to her, this all looked the same, but we kept having problems with points because she would not be setting that on the exact corner. So you want to make sure that when you do create those things, or if you move them, that you snap exactly to where you want it to be, if it is an exact point. Okay, so if this point over here, and if this point needed to be exactly at the end point of that one, I would grab that grip and then I would hover until that snap pops up and make sure I'm on it. If it's not there, I will come up here and grab my endpoint snap and come over there and select it. Okay. So those are some basic commands for that. And we got about 5 minutes left. We're going to be running into lunchtime. And I wanted to show you a couple of these little erase tools. Now, let's say you wanted to erase all of the driveways. Now, remember what we did before. Let's say we wanted to erase all of the driveways and all of the buildings. How did we do that before? If you remember, we did view, isolate layers, and we set that up, and I could now say erase, or I could just select everything and hit the delete key or hit the erase command. You can do it that way and then restore your layers. That's certainly something you could do. But there's another command called erase by layer. And if we choose that, that's going to bring this up and it's going to let me tell it the layers. I can either type those in separated by commas. I can select the layers from screen. So again, just like isolating, I'll pick one of the buildings, one of the driveways. And that says driveways, comma, buildings. Okay, and then what do I want to erase off of those layers? Everything, or only the circles and the hatches and arcs, that sort of stuff. Or I could say all. And so if I do that now and say, okay, they're gone, and they are actually erased. They're not frozen. I could not get those back unless I did an undo. Okay, so I undo and undo and get them back. So that's a useful command in the sense of, let's say if we had to isolate 4 or 5 layers, select everything, delete it, and then restore the layers. Now, in this small example, it's not very much different. But if you're doing something like in the mining modules, where you have commands that generate all of this 3D line work to represent different phases and different cells of what you're developing on your mind development mapping. You set up a bunch of commands, you hit the go button, and it creates all of that geometry. And then you look at that and see if it's correct. And you say, oh, no, I should have made that instead of a 2-to-1 slope. I need to make that a 1.5-to-1 slope. So you would have to then isolate all the layers that command created entities on, select the entities, delete them, and then restore the layers. And then you try it again. So, oh, you know what? Instead of 1.5-to-1, I want to make it 3-to-1. So you go back, you re-isolate the layers again, you select everything, you delete it, you restore the layers, and you run the command with new parameters. So it gets a little bit tedious. Certainly it can be done that way. So the beauty of this command, erase by layer, is that let's say I ran that command that generated all of my buildings and my driveways. Something happened, I didn't like it. Instead of isolating the layers, deleting it, and restore the layers, I'm going to say restore layers. Now notice it keeps those same layer names right there. And even if I select from screen, I can, add to it. See it put topo in there with it. I'm going to take that back out. So now I could say, just run the command again. Boom, it did it. So I did something and it, it recreated these on, let's say these were, it did something to create this. And, oh, I don't like that either. All I got to do is go back to that command and it's right up here on this toolbar, or it's under edit, erase by layer. Everything's still there. And I'll say, okay, and boom, they're gone. Okay, so I don't have to keep isolate and restore. I'm going to put that back with a series of undos. Okay, so that's a very useful command to have and be aware of, but the only thing to be aware of, all right, so let's say I've done all that, I finally satisfied with what I'm doing, I like where those are, but now I wanted to erase these contour lines. I didn't like where they were, so I go to edit, erase by layer, and if I don't pay attention, I just say select layers from screen, and I hit this as my contour line. If I'm not paying attention, now that I'm happy with driveways and buildings, and if I just hit OK, well, it takes all three of those that are in that list. So that is something to pay attention to here, is you sometimes, once you're done with those ones you've been working with, hit the clear button and then hit the select layers by screen. And now it's going to get rid of those. Okay. Everybody good with anything? Any questions that have occurred? All right, so we're going to come back at top of the hour, 1 o'clock, so you can get your lunch in here, and we'll pick things back up from there. Same type of thing. I'm going to pause the recording. Okay, so we saw a couple of things here, just general CAD type things and some additional Carlson tools that are going to help us to manipulate things in our drawing. We left off with that erase by layer command, making sure that we keep our eye on this. If we need to clear that between times we use it, just be aware of that, but it's that way by design so that you don't have to keep selecting the same layers if you're doing some repetitive thing that you have to, try something, erase by layer, several layers, try it again, erase it again, try it again, erase it again. It just helps you do that same command. Now, if you go over, if you go to your drawing area, and let's go to the draw menu, and let's choose draw 2D polyline. And let's say we will let's select, and we're gonna put this on our layer perimeter. And let's set our color to be, oh, say this pale green. Our line type, we'll leave it like that. And let's say, okay. And I want you to just draw an arbitrary shape. And I'll come down here to the bottom, I'll click, and then to finish it, I'm gonna type the letter C to close. And I now have, I'm gonna select this and I'm gonna change its line weight so that you can see it. Okay, now. It's maybe. It up a little bit like that, so it's intersecting those buildings. Now, I've got a closed polyline drawn in my drawing. Now, this might represent, let's say in real world terms, maybe this is a phase boundary or you know, a drainage basin, there's some kind of something or other, and you need to clip out stuff on the inside or the outside or that kind of thing. So if I wanted to erase everything that's on the inside of this boundary, I would see something like this. Well, that's not entirely enclosed in there, so we wouldn't erase it. So I would have to break it off right here at the edge, follow around it, break it off over here at the edge, and then erase, you know, the other stuff that's on either the inside or the outside. If it's entirely within, of course, that could be erased, but if I wanted to erase just the parts that are on the inside, I have to split that against that boundary. So I have a command under my erase that says erase by closed polyline. And it asks me down there at the command line to select the perimeter. So it has to already be drawn, it has to be closed. And so now from that choice, I can erase all of these different types of things, or I can limit it to only erasing, say, polylines and points, but not text, you know, that kind of stuff. You know, I'll go ahead and just turn everything back on, and you can choose to erase on the inside or the outside. Now, there's also this prompt for an exclusion perimeter. We'll talk about that in a minute. So I'm saying this, erase on the inside, for instance. So I'll say, okay. And you see what it did was it found all of those things that crossed and it broke it off, trimmed it off to that boundary, but left the things that were on the outside. Okay, so if I undo that, and I'm going to repeat that command, this time I'll just do on the outside, and it did the same type thing, but kept those things on the inside. All right, now, let's suppose we wanted to do everything but. I'll close that one. I'm going to match properties. Let's do that. Whoops. Match properties. Yes. There we go. Now, here's what that exclusion boundary does. I'm going to select my boundary. I'm going to erase on the inside, but I'm going to have it to ask me for an exclusion perimeter. So I'll say, okay, and now it's going to ask me to select an exclusion perimeter. So I'm going to say, erase everything on the inside of that except for that. And it, wow, that didn't work. Yeah. You guys using AutoCAD, did yours work correctly? It might be because this is too close to the boundary, but I don't think so. Erase on the inside, prompt for the exclusion. Huh. That should have still erased all of this and only kept what was inside here. Did everybody get that same result? Or did yours work?
I did not.
Mine did not either.
Okay, any of the AutoCAD folks, did it do the same problem?
Mine worked.
Yours did work.
Yeah.
Mine worked.
And
Mine.
you- Okay, well, I don't know. There's something that's going on. Erase on the inside, prompt for the exclusion. Now, see, all of this stuff should still be gone. It's not working right. In this version, anyway. Could I? These are all checked. Oh, oh well, that's the way it's supposed to work, but that's just some of the editing that you can do inside and outside. Now, there's another command that is similar to this, not exactly that same. So if I have, I'm going to draw a rectangle, and I'm going to draw, say, this rectangle here. I'll put that back on perimeter and set the line right so you can see it. Set color to that. So there's another one called erase outside. So the difference, the way this works, if I erase by closed polyline like I did before, and I select this, I'm going to erase on the outside. I'm not going to prompt for an exclusion. I'll say, okay, and that trims everything off, but keeps everything on the inside, okay? If, however, I do a command that says erase outside, I don't have to have a boundary drawn. It's just going to prompt me for the corners. So I'm going to erase outside. I'll do the exact same corners from there up to there. And you see what it did was it erased everything that was on the outside. And if it was on the outside and crossed into the inside, it also erased that entire entity. So it does not clip it. It has to be completely within that square that I picked for it to keep it. Okay. So that's how that works different. Now, where that command is useful is sometimes you'll get something like this, and you'll get something like, you'll get a command that puts a straight point down at 0, 0. Oops, let me say here. What's going on here? Oh. That was too close to 0. So sometimes you'll be working along and maybe a command gets interrupted And part of the internal workings might put a point like way down here. And so you go to, you try to zoom extents. Now zoom extents you can do by double clicking the wheel on the mouse. But if I do zoom extents, I've got something that's way down here. Wherever that was, you see there's a point that's located right there. But I couldn't really see it. Now, in this case, now that I know where it is, I can look there and find it. But sometimes you'll get some stray entity out here, and sometimes it's not even visible, but you can't ever get back to your working area. So what's really nice about that erase outside, let's say I know that all of my work is within this area. I've got something out here somewhere. I don't know what's causing my zooms not to work. So I can just go to edit, erase outside. And if I just click a big enough container, now if I go back to zoom extent, you see it found that point that was lying outside of that area. And it got rid of it. It will do anything. It could be a piece of text that's made up of spaces so you can't see it. So that's another useful tool on that erase menu. Now, there's one thing, there's a command here called temporary erase, and I'm going to caution you about it. Because what this will do, if I say temporary erase, just like before, you know, say I've got some things in the way that I want to get rid of. Say these things here because they're in my way with what I'm doing. So I'm just temporarily going to erase those. I do a bunch of work. I come back in, and then the only way to get those back is to go back to edit, erase, and choose the command again, and it puts them back. Okay. If you happen to do that and forget to put those back, you save the drawing, you close it, you open it back up again, they're gone forever. So I would recommend not even using that, and I would use instead on the view menu, show hide by selection, and I would hide by selection. So now they're out of your way, you can do your stuff, and then you can restore that on. And if you save the drawing and come back in, these will be back on. Now there's one command that is useful. Let's say I erase these, I erase some selected objects. Okay, and it has to be a standard erase. If I do erase by layer, this next command won't work. So I've done this, and then I'm going to do, you know, a bunch of things, like I'll maybe remove that vertex. I'll turn that into an arc. And I'll remove this vertex. I'll turn that into an arc. Let's get a little flatter there. And maybe remove that vertex. Whoops. All right, so I've done some edits and I realized, oh crap, I needed to bring those objects back. Well, our typical way of going back is to undo. Well, if I undo, I'm going to undo everything I did to these intervening steps. So there's a command, and it's been part of AutoCAD since day one, and it's called oops. Now what oops does, if you see down on the status line, it says it restores previously erased objects. So I've erased those selected objects, and it just goes back one level, the last erase command that took out any objects, and it brings them back without having to undo the intervening things that you did. Otherwise, if I were like this to get them back, I'd have to undo all those changes, get my things back, and then I had to go back and make those edits again. Okay, so you can see how that command can be useful for you, is if you erase something, need it back, you can use oops. Now, a couple of shortcuts is if you double click something. If I double click this piece of text, it lets me edit that text. Okay. If it happens to be what's called M text, like a paragraph of text, if you double click it, it puts you in this little word processor mode. If you double click, say, a contour line, it runs a command down on the bottom, the p-edit command, the edit polyline command, which has things like you can edit individual vertices, you can do fit, which makes it all, puts curves in at all the points. So it's not so sharp looking. You can change its direction. You can do a spline fit. You know, all kinds of different manipulations that you can do with the standard AutoCAD polyline tool. If you, let's see, that's about all I've got are I've got polylines and text in here. So that's edit P line. That's edit text. Okay, so sometimes though you'll have a particular entity. Let's say, let's go up here to I'm going to go back to my survey module. I'm going to go to the centerline menu. And I'm going to say polyline to centerline file. Okay. Now I'm going to create a centerline file. So it wants to know, where is my centerline file? Where do I want to put it? Now notice right here, I've got a list of recent folders, and it's looking where my drawing is because my settings are set to go where my drawing is for my data. That's just a default location where it starts. I can put it anywhere I want. I can browse, go out here and find a different place to put it. But I'm just going to call this one a Main Street. And now it says to select the polyline that represents the center line. Well, I'm going to grab that polyline right there. It shows me the direction it was going, and it tells me down here below that the polyline should have been drawn in the direction of increasing stations. You have the option to reverse it if you want, but I'm okay with that. It asks for a beginning station. I'm going to type that, and I'm going to type in, so that was at 13 plus 67.83 was my starting station for that, and press enter to continue. It's done. Now, I did not turn this into a centerline file, but I selected, I see it's a polyline. If I select this centerline that I just created, it still says it's just a polyline, and I can do everything to it like I've always done as a polyline. But because I turned it into a centerline file, Carlson now knows, and if I double click it, I get Carlson's centerline editor that comes up, and I can edit my curves, put in a new radius value, put in all these different things, tell it that I want to keep it. I can hold the PI point, or I can hold the PC point. I can go to the next element, which is that last line. If I double click that, I can tell it I want to make sure it's tangential to the previous element. I can pick a different endpoint. You know, all kinds of different manipulations that I can do with that because it is a centerline file. Okay. Now, if I select that polyline, which was that centerline file, and I delete it, all right, all is not lost because, again, because Carlson has created these things, this is now called a centerline. To get it back, because that centerline file is out there on the disk, I can choose draw the centerline file. And I'm going to put it on this layer called CL, just like I had before. And I'll say, okay. And now it asks me to choose the file. There's my file. I choose open, and it draws it right back in there. But the other nice thing about that command, when I draw the centerline file, I can also tell it to label it. Except I didn't have any file selected. Sorry about that. So if I go to my, I had to hit my set button to give it a bunch of settings. I choose my file again. And now there it is, and it starts with station 13 plus 6783. It's on a radius because it recognized the geometry of that drawn polyline. And then there's station 1500, 1600, et cetera, and it ends up here at 180. Let me turn this mess off. You get something like all of these things here. There's a setting that happens to do with annotated scaling. So I'm going to say NO. Let me see if we got what it's called. NO. Part of the selection. Selection NO display. I'm going to choose that and turn that off. That should be set to off. So now when I select this, I don't get all those different things. But I can take that guy and bring him out, you know, to say a point over here, so I know where that endpoint is. Again, it's just a piece of text. But that's part of that centerline file definition. So it knows how to put that in, put these drawings in, and it does that through these. Let's go to station, my polyline center line. And if I load those settings up, right here was the ones I used. I can set up, you know, what layers and text sizes and heights and all the different things that I can set for defining where those markers go. Okay, whether it labels the PT and the PT on the intersection. Let's see, label set up. PC and spiral, I want to label on radial lines. Don't want to label it on the center line. It should be here. Yeah, there it is. It doesn't double up this PT on the center line. It only puts it out here. Now I still might have to move this guy. I'm just going to select the grip and slide it out. Or I could even do something like this and go to the front and say POE for point of end. And do the same thing down here for point of beginning. Whoops. Okay, but that's also the start of the curve, so it's also labeled up here. You see the radius there, and there's the end of the curve. It doesn't label the radius, only on the start of the curve, based on those settings. Okay. And you got other things. You can have it label the centerline points, or you can locate centerline points and it'll actually draw the points in as Carlson points. Station equations, all kinds of things that happen with some more complex roadway design. Put your PIs in there as well. So all kinds of different controls that you control through your dialog box here. Once you have everything set up the way you like it, then you can save those settings, and that's where I had previously saved. I'll go ahead and save these now with these new changes. And then the next time you bring in a new drawing or whatever, you can just load settings and choose, any one of these that you have previously saved, and it populates everything in all of these different dialogues that you've gone ahead and set up so that you can use it again next time without having to go through all that again. Okay, so that's the beauty of having the software Carlson know that that's a centerline file, because I can recreate it. I can, even if I were to erase by layer, let's say I'm going to put the right command here. By clear and select by screen. Get rid of all of my annotation, and if this guy happens to be erased for whatever reason, you can bring that back with a simple draw centerline file, label the centerline, set the layer. I'll set my settings. I'll say okay, choose my file, and there it puts it back in with the changes that I made, exactly like I had it before. Okay, so now notice up here, I still have to, if I wanted it to say POB, I either need to set that up in the settings, or I have to individually edit those particular pieces of text again, if I've done that. Now, what's nice about this, and this is going to start into our discussion in a minute, it's going to get kind of dry on some settings, is if that center line, let's say that's where that went, and I just graphically changed that, and let's say I graphically moved this to come up here. Now, if I should double click that, you see, it's already recognized the fact that I changed that. So if I simply say save and exit, it comes back out to the drawing and redraws it and recomputes all of these stations and puts them back where they go. If I double click that, double click my line, I want it to be tangential to the last element. Notice it will straighten it out so that it's not kinked, it will be tangent. Save and exit, and you see what it did there. Okay. Now again, that's just as if I had made individual changes, like here. I double click that, make sure my line is tangent. I'll save and exit, and it goes back to there because it kept that length, but I'll just simply have it do that. I'll double click it, save and exit. And there we're back to where we started. So it can recognize and respond to changes, even if you make on-screen changes to that alignment. If you double click it and bring the editor up, the editor will trigger an update so that you can not have to go through all those commands again. Okay. Now that gets us into our settings. Now let's look at Carlson configure. And let's look at some general settings for a minute. And right over here on the right-hand side is what we've been doing with some of that automatic relabeling and automatic linking with the centerline file. And it's called object linking. And you can link points with a coordinate file. That's an external file that has Carlson points in it. You can link any line work that was created using those Carlson points to the point. So if the point moves, the line's going to move with it. Link labels with line work that controlled the stationing up here. So when that line changed and I went back and linked line work with center line. So when I made the edits, I saved and edited the center line file. So it updated, it redrew. These labels were drawn based on that. It redrew the labels based on all of these linking settings. So I would set all of those on in yours for typical behavior. Now, there's some times when you don't want that to happen. And for instance, it would be something like this. If I go out here and say, this is my boundary of my property, right? Oh, well, of course I drew these extra ones. I'll get rid of that. So here's my overall boundary. Now, when you're doing boundary work as a surveyor and you survey points and you're trying to resolve these kind of things, you might have, say, this might be the, where things are. So I'm going to go up here to my annotate menu. Well, first, before I do that, let's do this. Let's go to view, isolate layers, and let's just get our boundaries. I'll pick that boundary, I'll pick that one line there and turn it off. So this is basically my boundary. These are some road edges, which I'm not too terribly concerned about right now. But anyway, this is my boundary. It's called perimeter. That's also on perimeter. I ought to put that on a different layer. And let's put that on, say, lot lines. Now, let's see. All right, I'm going to put this on a new layer. So I'm going to go to my layer control. I'll make a new layer called road boundary. We'll make it yellow. I'll put that on road boundary. And I'll restore my layers and then I'll go back to isolate layers. I'll get the overall boundary and my lot line. All right, so I may have an overall piece of property like this. And then on my annotate menu, I'm going to say auto annotate. And I think that'll be all right just by taking the defaults. And you can see what it's done. It has labeled, in this case, there's that arc. Up here is the bearing and distance. Wow. Is this set up in meters? One quick second. Wow, they keep changing. Every time I do an update, they keep changing some of this stuff in here. So let me see if I've got a, hope I don't. All right, so I'll draw that again. Now remember, my linking is on. So when I auto annotate this, it's going to change that. So now instead of meters, it's reading as feet. See, one other thing I wanted to change about it. And I take defaults. Only want 2 decimals. Okay, so I choose this, it's going to change the distances down to like that. And it's automatically linked. Now, so suppose I've done this, I've created my boundary and I've resolved it to some deed calls that say these numbers. But if, you know, as part of my survey work, I find that this point is really somewhere out in here. You see how that automatically recomputed that distance and bearing? But I really wanted that distance and bearing to stay there like it is. So because that's what my deed says. So I want to be able to manipulate some things sometimes, but yet leave these alone so that they don't update. Same thing would be say this area value. Okay, so now if I were to happen to change something, that changes, as did my area values down here. Okay. So I'll put things back there. I'm going to now erase by layer just to get rid of the annotation for a minute. And also erase this. And now if I go to settings, Carlson configure general, and if I uncheck link labels with line work, then if I annotate, excuse me, if I auto annotate that again, I'll choose this. If I area by closed polyline, I'll choose this. So there's my numbers. And now if I do this and move this around, those numbers do not change, do not recompute. Now I might want to then, you know, bring this down and rotate it into place to match that a little bit, you know, the same alignment. So if I just rotate that, you know, say about this point, oops, I'm gonna rotate that and get it to line up. But this now still matches my deed, even though my geometry changed. So I can leave those as they are. So there's sometimes you might want just to pop back, there it is. There's sometimes that you might want to turn on or off those particular linked items. So just keep in mind where it is that you set that up. Okay. Now, to talk about what some of these other settings do, and this is sort of important knowledge to get to know where things are. Might as well restore my layers. There they are. And if I go back to settings, Carlson configure. I have a bunch of categories here, some general settings, project data folders. That's where you could set that project folder and look at your subtypes and you know, scroll that down. You got 236 different file types that Carlson works with. It tells you what each one happens to be. You could assign it a particular folder, but we're not going to be using that. So I'll cancel that. I'm going to stay with this drawing folder. But then you have a place here to set up the startup project or data folder. So where do you want to start looking for your work? In my case, it lives on my drive C under Carlson projects. You might have a network drive, drive X projects, whatever it is, that's where you want to set that as your starting point. And then you got places for your settings to go. They can always go in a folder just called settings, or you could have that go with, if you choose this data folder for settings, and anytime you save one of those settings, it's going to always go with that particular drawing. So, all kinds of controls on how those things are stored. All right, that's under our project data folders. Let's take a real quick peek at all of these things as to what they are doing. Any of you folks that are doing surveying, you may be familiar with the term called localization, where you go out and you sit on a point and you observe that point. And let's say you in a local system that you might call that point 5,000, but you know what its true state plane coordinate is. And then you would say, under localization, you would say, all right, 5,000 is supposed to be, 2,486,600, blah, blah, blah. And so that localizes that data. But now this localization, and that, by the way, is done over in your survey instrumentation, where you talk about that kind of localization. That's not what this one means. This localization means setting this up to be a particular location that you're working in. And if you change languages, you can set, annotation defaults, coordinate design, drawing setup, for instance, horizontal scale. If your default value is set up to be 100, what it is for metric, what it is for English, text sizes, different, these are all sort of allowing you to create, based on all these different categories, different starting values that localizes you to a particular working location wherever you are in the world. Okay, so that's something you probably won't ever even need to look at. Takeoff and SiteNet has to do with the SiteNet commands under civil, or the takeoff commands under construction, as to how these things are going to be applied. Again, for general work, you don't really need to do much with this. But I see they rearranged this box a little bit. They used to have this stuff down here at the bottom. But this is some of the tools that you would use in those specialized commands, not much that you would need to worry about there. Mining, again, things that are very specific to the mining modules, what your key material is, what your densities are, what the name of the suffixes would be, all kinds of options on your dip angles, et cetera, where to look about. So nothing to worry about with any of that, or with mine notes. Again, just setting some default values for underground mining notes. Hydrologies, just different types of default behavior that you're going to set up if you're using the hydrology module. So these are all that way. So where you're going to start seeing some things that you need to look at are under like sections and profiles, if you're doing some road designs. And here we have an eye height and an object height, and that is used to compute site distances. So you can set those values up as your starting points as to whether you can see an object in the road that's 6 inches high when you're sitting 3.5 feet above the ground when you're driving. Vertical curve drawing resolution, because when you draw a profile, profiles are defined by parabolic equations, but it doesn't actually draw a parabola. There's no such thing as a parabola in a CAD system. It approximates a parabola by drawing a bunch of little short line segments. And this is where you can control, how much you subdivide those little pieces. So 10's a good starting value there, station types, etc. If you want to use the same sight distance formula on a crest curve for the sag curves, you can check that. If not, it computes them in two different types of equations. So again, the defaults will work very nicely for you there. But you might need to make some changes from time to time. The surface settings, if we click that, this doesn't have a lot to do with us in our type of surface modeling that we're going to be going over pretty heavily tomorrow. With this stuff, because this is how it builds surfaces using grid modeling. We're going to be using triangulation modeling. So this radius, the quadrant values, the size of grid cells, those won't have any effect on us at all. But down below here are a couple of changes that if we want to have this behavior on, if we're looking at difference tens, that's basically some way that we calculate our volumes between, say, an existing 10, which is a triangulated irregular network, that's our terrain, compared to a final 10, then we get that difference, and it wants to simplify that if you want to reduce the file size. I'm going to uncheck mine. And you may or may not have these check boxes. This is the very latest update on the software. So, but I'll uncheck that because I don't really need to save the size. I want the accuracy. I do want to track the 10 history and any surface data changes. I'm going to track those so that I can undo them in the history edits if I need to. And so those are the ones I really might want to have. Just these last three. And I'll say, okay. Now, survey settings, this will be something that most of you guys will need to look at and set at least once. The CG survey menu, I'm not sure what version you're running. It used to be set to compact. And if that's the case, now stay here on yours, but I'm just going to show you what that does. If I, okay, and exit, and I look up here in I'm in the survey module because I see after points, I've got survey, COGO, blah, blah, blah. But I look up here and I've got CG survey, file, coordinate files, traverse, COGO, draw, topo, surface type stuff, tools. This is the entire CG survey system built into Carlson, and it runs right alongside with it. That was an old surveying package, a competing product from Cowherd and Goodman years ago, back in the 80s. Carlson bought the company to get the least squares adjustment routines that they had developed, and they just incorporated all of those commands into the Carlson product because a lot of their customers used to be C&G survey customers. When C&G was sold, it was no longer a product. So now that gives them a way to use that system. And this is a compact menu, so it's only one menu, but it's got all of the CG survey menus included. I could set that to full menus and you'd see all of those menus across the top. So that being said, I'm going to go back to Carlson configure, survey settings, and I'm going to change this from compact to none. I don't really have a need to use it. So if you have it on either compact or expanded, you can save a little bit of menu space up here at the top by turning it off, and then that'll go away. So now it's away. All right, so now back to my survey settings. I set that to none. If I'm doing traversing and side shots, if I'm doing some computations there, what kind of angle mode do I want to use? An azimuth or an angle right to enter my angle values? You can choose either one or tell it to ask you. So I have it to prompt. You can show the occupying backslight points on the status bar. That sometimes works. And it comes down here on the status bar where it says ready down here at the bottom of my screen. And it will say OP for occupied point, and BS for backside point. And it'll just tell you which point you're sitting on, which point you're looking at, getting ready to turn an angle and go a distance. I don't really need, I mean, I can leave it on, it doesn't hurt, but it doesn't always work, especially on the IntelliCAD side. So, and there's a real quick way to not have to worry about it through inversing. We really aren't going to get into a lot of that stuff that has to do with our coordinate geometry commands. Same thing as to whether I'm automatically going to capture a raw file of all those commands or not, turn line work on or not. Automatic point object snapping is on, yes or no. I'd like to have that on. I'll show you how that works in a minute. And then automatically compare your drawing file points, any Carlson points in your drawing, compare them with the coordinate file when you open up the drawing. So if you have a coordinate file that you've been working with and you've got DWG points in the drawing, if that's on, when you open the drawing, it reads the points in your file, reads the points in the external CRD file and compares them and tells you if there's any differences. Then you've got some land desktop field book codes that allows with field to finish, allows you to read those codes from the electronic field book and apply different layers and line types and such accordingly. Okay, so really the only thing I really need to set there is my menu to none. And I'm going to leave my automatic point object snapping on. But you can turn that on and off with a different command as well. All right, so that's about all you need there. Now, the four things that we're going to be using mostly, we've already looked at that project data folders, and then let's look at some drawing settings. We've got this first item here, the startup settings. So this asked me for a couple of things. It asked for a template name. So if I create a new drawing and I want to start that new drawing based on a template file, what template file do I want to use? And I can browse and go out here and find any of these DWTs, which are templates that start a new drawing. By default, it just takes the Carlson DWT right here. You've got all these different ones that are set up for different things. Like here's Carlson National CAD Standards Survey Civil. So if you're doing mostly survey civil work, you might want to use that as a starting point. Now, all that drawing templates are, let me explain that to you real quick, is I'm going to go ahead and get out of this. You can leave that up if you want, but all in the world a drawing template is, it is a drawing file. It's just a standard drawing file, but it usually does not have anything drawn in it. There's no geometry drawn in it, but you've got all kinds of settings that you might have saved, like whether you want your polylines to automatically regenerate the line style going through vertices. You might have a circle resolution that's set, all of these different settings. But the biggest thing that you would get out of there is a list of predefined layers and colors and behaviors for where things are going to go. Once you get everything the way you like it, that you want to use most all of the time, you would save that as, and you go to File, Save As, and you would change it from a drawing to a drawing template right here, DWT. And that's really the only difference between the two file types is that name, DWG or DWT. You can take any DWG that you've already done and make it a DWT. For instance, if I wanted to use all the same layers and everything that's set up in this drawing now, I would do something like this. I would select everything, clear it out. You might also make some different layouts, different sheet sizes, different things like that. And then I would say save as, and I would change that to a drawing template, which is right here. And notice it switches me now, or it's still asking me to put it in this data sets for fundamentals. Well, I need to actually put that in my folder that holds my drawing templates, which are not listed there in my recent list. So where would I want to put that? I would need to know. And I would come over here and go into my drive C. I would come down into my user profile under my name, under application data. It's a roaming folder, into Carlson software, Carlson 2023, under IntelliCAD, and it's under support. No. Well, I don't know exactly where it is right now, and I can show you where to find it. But anyway, that's what you would do. You set this up, you'd save that as a template, and then you could choose that when you start a new drawing. If I, let me put it, let's, I'm gonna go to IntelliCAD options, paths and files. See, here's support template paths. That's what I'm looking for right here. So if I've got templates, it's going to be in users, Crawford, app data, roaming, Carlson, 2023. It's under support. Okay, it's just in SUP. All right, so then I would say save as, choose the type as template. I would now navigate to that location under users, Crawford, app data, or I'm sorry. Yes, app data, roaming, Carlson 2023, ICAD support. So there's where it's going to be. There's where those are the ones that you saw before. And I might call this one civil demo DWT. I'll save that. Okay, so now that's there. I'm going to close, actually not close that. Let's see if I can use erase. Oops. Yep, so everything's back the way it was. I'm still in this file called civil. Now it's called civil demo.dwt. Well, I'm going to close that, not change those. But now if I want to create a new drawing, it's going to be a drawing type. I'm going to use a template. I'm going to say next. There's my default that was set in your Carlson settings. But I can come down here and find civil demo, say finish. And it's going to go through a wizard. I'm going to hit exit for right now, but I'm going to show you what effects that had. Was these layers, if you notice, are the same ones that we've been working with in that civil drawing. Line types, the whole works, okay? So that's what drawing templates are used for. You set up the way your company works. If you're tired of going through and building a whole bunch of layers and setting behaviors and line styles and all that, you get one that works really well. And then you erase everything and do a save as, and save it as a template. And now that becomes available to you. All right, so I'm going to now go back to this civil demo. And I haven't, I don't have any of the changes that I made. Like now, this is no longer a Simmerline file, but because I didn't save that drawing. All right, but anyway, back to our Carlson configure startup settings. If I don't want that one to be, let's say if I always wanted my civil app data roaming Carlson. Oh, it's in 2021. All right, let's see something else they missed. Bear with me. AutoCAD options. Paths. Templates. It's supposed to be Carlson 2023. Okay, so that might simply be this right here is pointing in this is in the wrong place. It should be under Carlson 2023. There we go. Now I can find that and I can set that to be the default. So it needs to be restarted. So if I go all the way out, restart. And now if I do a new drawing from template, I choose next, you see it now points to civil demo. So that's how you can set those to be a different starting location. I'll close that off again. Whoops. Back to my start page and open this back up. All right, so back to our Carlson configure, startup settings. Now let me see if it's going to be in the right place. Yep, okay, good. So I'll come down there, I'm going to point it to Carlson DWT. Okay, so that's just basically how the program's going to start. Also, where do you want to start looking for your data files? Again, mine are right here under the default location of Drive C, Carlson Projects. You may have a network location. That's going to be where you're going to start off. This profile name is a named profile in your settings for the system. The default is generally what you want to keep with, but you can change that to a different one. This no logo just suppresses the IntelliCAD logo as it loads. And if you don't want to see that Carlson 23 splash screen, you could turn that off with this checkbox right here as well. All right, so that's basically that. Once it's set and done, you can forget about those. And then the drawing setups and general settings are the ones where most everything is going to be done that you're working with. So under drawing setup, if I choose that, these are going to be a set of defaults that I'm going to set for my drawing when I create a new drawing, what I want it to look like. Am I going to be working in English units or metric units? Like 1 inch equals so many feet or 1 meter equals so many meters. Metrics are done as ratios, whereas Englishes are done, they're also ratios, but they're 12 times difference because you're going from inches to feet. So I'm going to keep it English. And what scale do I want to start my drawing with? If I'm doing a lot of boundary work, maybe 100 scale drawings are what I typically use. So you want to put this to be whatever your most typical setting is, but you can change that on the fly. This is just when you start a new drawing, what comes up by default. So right now it's going to be 100 scale. Vertical scale is how much vertical exaggeration do you put in on things like profiles. So sometimes you'll have 1 inch equals, 20, or 1 inch equals 100 feet horizontally, but you want it to be 1 inch equals 10 feet vertically so that the vertical curves are exaggerated in the vertical direction so you can see them more readily. than if they're the same scale. Now, symbol size and text size. Now, these values right here are not ground unit distances. Let's say if I'm doing a drawing, 1 inch equals 100 feet. If I want my symbols to be 1/10 of an inch tall at 1 inch equals 100 feet, then that means in ground distances, that should be what, 10 feet tall. So you would think you would come in here and make that a 10, but it's not. This one happens to be the number. You can think of these two values as the plotted inches at this scale. So if I'm at 1 inch equals 100 feet, I want 1/10 of an inch tall symbol. And I want my text to be just below that 0.08, 8/100ths of an inch tall. It's like a Leroy 80 text size for any of you old school drafters. So these two items here are just default values for those plotted inches. Line type scalar, typically we want to leave that set to 1. And then the default symbol name, if I'm using Carlson points, I'm going to choose from these different categories, and I'll start with points, a particular point, and that was SPT 9. So that's a little plus mark that I'm going to use by default as my starting symbol if I'm using Carlson points. When I'm doing survey calculations, what kind of vertical angles, if I'm putting in like field book observations, I might have vertical angles that I need to put in. Well, did I start with my vertical angles where level represents 0 or level represents 90? So straight up would be 0 and down. That's called a declination actually. And then down here in the coordinate system is if you're working in a particular location and you have good survey data and you're always getting like state plane 83, or if you're on an older system, NAD 27, NAD 83, and then you would choose a location where you're working. I'm here in the south zone of Pennsylvania, where I am in Pittsburgh. So PA South, World Geodetic System of 1984 is my lat long datum. I'm using US survey feet, not international feet, as my base unit. And that's with a grid system. If I said a local system, those things wouldn't apply. So I'm going to be, it's still a grid, but it's just local. It's arbitrary. It's like 5,000, 5,000. This thing keeps popping around. There we go. So that sets up those things as they are going to start. Let's look at some of these other values over here. This has to do with Carlson points. So if I have a Carlson point, I've got a thing called attribute layout options. And these are a point attribute is a point number, an elevation, and a description. So when it puts a point in, it's going to use that plus mark. And then it's going to, under this ID, put the point number above it, centered above the point, the elevation off to the right, and the description centered below the point, and it's going to make it italicized. If I use 1, same thing, but not italic. 2, everything is to the right. 3, the elevation is up at an angle. So you got all these different options. You can switch the order. See, like point number description is now up in the side instead of at the bottom. Anyway, I find that as number 2 is the one I like to use the best. Now, I need to turn on whether I'm going to use descriptions, elevations, whether I'm going to store those points on the real Z-axis in the drawing. I'm not going to prompt for instrument and rod height. I'm not going to prompt for a symbol name. I'm going to use whatever's set. I will go ahead and label any 0 elevations, otherwise they get suppressed. I'll leave it in bearing mode. And now down here for the point numbers, I do want to use point numbers and I want them to automatically increase when I'm creating points. So those are the defaults that I want to use anytime I start a new drawing. Once that's set, I'll say okay, and you'll see where they'll come into play here in just a minute. When we start a new drawing and we go through the drawing wizard. So let's look now at the general settings, and this is the one that's got a whole lot of stuff in it that we need to be aware of. Over on this left-hand side under general, if we uncheck this use startup wizard, it won't prompt us as we start a new drawing. We'd have to set them up separately through our settings commands. So I'm going to turn that on to use it. I'm going to save my INI files, which saves a list of files that are being worked with. Like, remember we did that centerline file with that road? The next time I open the drawing, it has a listing in this file of that centerline file that was used, any surface files, point files, any of those kind of things. Here's where I can override the settings to go to the drawing directory or not. I have mine by default in another location set to not. It goes to a static directory. Ignore 0 elevations. That's a really helpful tool when you are modeling the terrain, because if that is on, then when I select my data from the drawing over here to say, build me a surface out of that, anything that's drawn down at 0 elevation, like those lot lines and the driveways and such, they're going to be ignored. I don't have to worry about turning them off or not selecting them, because I'm going to automatically ignore it if it does not have an elevation. If that is unchecked and you select everything, you're getting a bunch of parts in your surface that drop down to 0. So you do want to leave that set on unless you happen to be working. Now, you Florida folks, you're down getting close to sea level. So if you are working with some elevations that are sometimes right at 0, you might want to uncheck that so that you can take things that have 0 elevation if they are exactly at 0 elevation. But generally you can ignore that if you generally have some kind of elevation on your data. So these other settings, the D-view twist angle, dim scale, A units, I would leave those checked. This just has something, it's the way it displays things for you. And when you do dimensioning, it sets that to the same scale as your drawing scale, that sort of stuff. So I would leave those there. This checkbox right here, use software rendering, you're going to leave that unchecked if you're working on a standard computer. I'm working on a Macintosh and I'm running it through a Windows emulator. So I have to use software rendering on mine. Yours, you don't need to do that. It makes it faster and uses the 3D graphics card to full extent. File selection, graphic preview. That's if you're going to pick a file in your dialog box, it'll show you a picture of it so you can see it. So all of these different things that work. Now this use annotative scale. That has to do with text settings. When you create text, if you're using annotative text styles, then they're going to automatically resize themselves based on whatever scale you plot. Because you might design all this stuff at 1 inch equals 100 feet, but over in these different layouts, you might have one page you plot at 1 inch equals 50 feet. You might have another one that's plotted at 1 inch equals 100 feet. And so instead of having to go and change each of those pieces of text, it will automatically change if you're using annotative text when you create those elements. Right now, I wouldn't worry about it too much, but I would go ahead and say use them. Support all your drawing scales, set annotated to drawing scale. Inch space equals space as a prefix, foot as a suffix. That's just when you create annotated scaling, it's going to use those as labels. And that pretty well takes care of our general settings. Now, some of these things might be in slightly different positions. I think they're down here still on some of your other dialog boxes. But the coordinate report order, when you're listing coordinates, you want northings typically before eastings. But in CAD world, you would typically see X before Y. Well, X is our east value and our Y is our north value. So that's typically set backwards from the CAD system for survey type stuff. What date you want to use, whatever Windows is set to, or a specific format. Document format when you list reports and such. There's a DWF, which is sort of AutoCAD's way of doing a PDF. It's sort of fallen by the wayside, but you have some control there. The report viewer, you can use these different choices, either launch Microsoft Word or Notepad, or keep it in the Carlson viewer, which has some additional options in it that you can't get out of those other text editors. So I kind of like to use that a little better. And then you can set the font for your dialogues. That's all of these labels in here. I would recommend to keep that set to their default. The digitizer settings, make sure that's turned on to use a mouse unless you physically have a digitizer attached so that it's not wasting time looking for a tablet. So if you say use mouse, that'll take care of that. Now the coordinate file format, I think your default says Carlson alphanumeric, which is the best choice to use. You can use these other formats, the old C&G, or a numbers only where your point numbers have to be numeric. But if we use alphanumeric, our point numbers can have letters in them. So that gives us more flexibility. This is our data-based version of that same alphanumeric type of thing, but it gives you some GIS capability in that data. We talked about our linking earlier as to those labels updating and centerline files updating, that sort of stuff. So I would turn all of these on. And then down here for remove arcs, this is a value that is used when we do a command. If we're going to create a 3D structure that is based on a drawn 2D polyline, which can have a true arc in it, the 3D equivalent to that cannot have a three-dimensional arc. There's no such thing in your CAD system as a 3D arc. It has to approximate that arc by putting a series of little bitty line segments in there. And you have two choices as to how it computes how many of those to make, a maximum offset or a chord length. Now, and I'm going to leave it at maximum offset. I'm going to leave this at 0.02 and a chord length at 0.25 in case you were to switch to that. Put these values in, put it on maximum offset, choose OK, and then choose exit. And it says, now, do you want to apply these drawing setups to this current drawing and future drawings, or only to future drawings? Doesn't matter. I'm going to say future only. Now, what we were talking about there before, if I draw a structure like this, okay, let's say I've gone out there and I've surveyed this as a 3D edge of a parking lot or something like that. Okay, so you know, I've surveyed this. Now let me set something up here. Okay, so I now have say this parking lot that I've surveyed. I surveyed this point out here at an elevation. I surveyed that point in elevation. That has an elevation, that has an elevation. Right now, if you look at this does not have changing elevations. If I look at that point there with number, I set my vertex 1. You see it's got an X and a Y coordinate. It doesn't have a Z. It doesn't say vertex Z. Okay, so they're all set at this elevation right now, which happens to be 0. Okay, so if I really wanted to represent this thing, I'm going to shorten this up just a little bit so we can see a little bit better. There we go. So if I want to represent this as a, say, a piece of a parking lot that we surveyed, shot a point, a shot a point, a shot a point, a shot a point over there, but it has changing elevations. So I could draw a 3D polyline, and I would say snap to that endpoint, and it wants to know. Oh, wait a minute, I gotta change something. If I draw to 3D polyline, oh, O for options, that's what I need to do. Show these options on startup. Prompt for elevation or slope. Okay. So I'm going to say, okay, and I'm going to uncheck this, and I'm going to, oh, let's put this on layer final. And I'll say, okay. So I'm going to start here. Now it reads it. It shows me down here, minus 101.27.566. Z is 0.00, but I can choose of these options. I'm going to say E for elevation, and I'm going to type in the elevation. Let's say that started in elevation 99.76. Okay. Now I'm going to snap to this endpoint, and it reads by default the same elevation, but I'm going to set that elevation, say, well, let's just change the elevation to 101.25. Okay, so far so good. Now I need to make an arc around that curve. So I would say, I could either say A for arc, or I could choose F to follow this existing one. So if I say, let's just choose arc. All right, so now it wants to know the object radius point, the length, the arc length, all these different things. So I'm going to say the radius point, and I'm going to go up here and choose my center point, and I'm going to point to that location. I have to choose center of that. So there's my center point. Curve direction is going to go to the right. And now it wants the end point. Well, the end point is going to be right there. Okay, so now what is that elevation? Well, let's make that one say 100.5. And then finally, I'm going to come down here, and that elevation is, say, back down to 99 even. All right, so now I've got two different things. I can roll this up. I see one's got elevation, one does not. And if I look at that elevation, my 3D polyline, you see it starts at this elevation that we started with, 99.76. The next one was 101.25. But then look what it's done in here in between. It has created all of these little individual line segments because it had to remove that arc and replace it with these line segments. Now remember, our two choices were maximum offset or chord length. And the maximum offset is the maximum amount of distance that I'm going to allow. If I just put in the dimensions, from the midpoint of that to the perpendicular point of that. You see that distance right there is 0.175, and now it's real tiny. But I had that value in my maximum offset of 0.02. So I'm saying I'm going to allow up to 0.02 distance. So it figures out how many it needs to put around here and keeps it underneath that distance. The other option that we could have used was the chord length. So if we do that dimension, it went from that endpoint, still snap into the midpoint. So if I go to the endpoint up there, see that value was 3.0668. So it makes a longer segment because it could do so and still keep underneath that maximum offset value. Okay. If I had done this the other way, I'll get rid of these two things. Actually get rid of this guy as well. If in my settings, Carlson configure general settings, I had chosen chord length. Then when I draw that 3D polyline, we start here, and let's see if I can remember some of the values that I used. It was 101.25. And I went to here. I think we used 100.5. Whoops, let's undo that. Arc. Center point and center of that. Oops. Let's try that again. Started here at 99.76. Went to there at 101.25. We say arc. We have to choose the radius point. Center of that to the right. The endpoint was there, and that was at 100.5. And then finally here we said 99. Okay, so now we have a similar situation, except our 3D polyline has a lot more of those little segments in here. And you would see, if you were to measure that distance from this midpoint perpendicular to here, so we need to do it a different way. We're going to draw from that midpoint to perpendicular here. And there's that little guy. So that's my maximum offset. And you see that distance, it doesn't even show up unless I change my units value to, let's go up to 6 decimal places. So you see that's 0.0000117. So that's much closer to approximating the 2D polyline that I had than it is if I were to draw it, say, from that endpoint to that endpoint. So that is now one of those little segments, but you see the length is 0.25. Okay, so that came from this setting right here. Whether I use the chord length of 0.25 as a maximum or a maximum offset. Well, actually the chord length is exactly that. The maximum offset was my maximum value, and it computed something as long as it was below that. Now, here's the reason to sort of keep an eye on that. And if this value right here is like, you want it really, really tight, you set that to 0.00001. Here's why you want to control that. Oops, let me undo that. Get rid of those two things. There we go. Now, the reason you want to control that is if you look at this polyline, you see how many of those little vertices it has in it. See, that has, if I start at the front, it has 404 vertex points or vertices from start to finish. There's my 404th one. So every one of those little points, whereas it makes it very accurate looking, what happens when I go to model my terrain? It models the terrain by reading elevations of all these vertices, and it sits on each vertex and it looks around itself and starts to create a triangle by going to finding other 3D elements and drawing little lines between them. So it has to include every single one of those points. So each one of those is going to be a part of, on average, about 3 different triangles. So that means you've got, what do we have? 404. So 404, take off the endpoints, you've got 402 times 3. You've got over 1,200 triangles that would result in that portion of that surface just from that operation. Of course, now that one was done. That one was done with this 0.02 max separation. If I had done it the other way, under Carlson configure, general settings, chord length, and I created a 3D polyline, 99.76, 101.25, arc, radius point, center, to the right, to there of 100.5, and then 99. Now, when I look at this one, it has still 404. What did I? Miss? Well, let's, oh, just sorry. So if I use this max offset value instead of 404 vertices, 9976, 101.25, an arc, radius point, center to the right over here, 100.5, and then down to 99. Now, when I select that and I look at it, I see that I only have 34 vertices here total. So 32 times 3, you've got about 100 versus over 1,200 triangles that are going to form that surface. And you can see it's close enough to, for me, if I were to go out there and try to build that with machine control, I can build that pretty closely with that. And it's going to be to where, 200ths off of that arc is going to be close enough. It's going to hit the arc in every one of these points, but at most it's only 200ths away from that. So you want to do that to keep the surfaces that get generated from this 3D data, to keep them from being so overwhelming that your equipment can't handle that much data. All right, so that's the biggest reason that we want to use that value and make sure that they're not too small. If you set them to be too big, on the other hand, let's say we're going to use a chord length value, and we're going to say a 5-foot chord, and we go to build this as a 3D. 976, whoops, 976. What's going on? Oops, sorry. Oh, I see. 99.76. 101.25. Arc. Raise points. Over here to the right. Over to here. 101.25. Nope. 100.5. And then finally down to 99. So now if I look at let's we reduced it. Let me change it to another ridiculous value. Let's say it's 25. All right. $976. 101.25 arc radius center to the right 100.5, and then finally down to there at 99. Now, in this case, you can see, whereas I have much fewer points, when I go out there and try to build that object, say that's the edge of a parking lot or something. If I'm doing that, you see that I missed that curve by over a foot. Okay, so that's not going to be accurate enough. So you have to reach a balance on those values. Okay, and so I have found through my work in general that these numbers work pretty well to keep things pretty well balanced, and I use this maximum offset. So no matter how tight the curve is, so if I use a maximum, if I have a real tight curve and my maximum offset is going to be some number, it might have to put in a whole lot of little points to go around that curve. Whereas if that, if that curve was like way out here, the maximum offset here, you might have to put more in between there than if it were, say, really a tight curve, even if it's the same length of curve. Then that maximum offset, you're going to get a whole lot more of those in there in that regard, but it's always never going to be off of that original curve defined by the 2D polyline than that value. Whereas if I use that maximum distance, let's say if it was at 25, and if I came in here, well, then it might go from here all the way around to here as 20, or from here to the midpoint from there. Those are 25s. Whereas if it's up here, then 25, 25, 25, you got a lot more than if you had something real tight. Okay, so and these are extreme cases, extreme examples, but that's just the nature of how that setting works. All right. So we will visit those when and where we need, but that's generally what you need to have set up in your general settings. Have these checked on except for that software rendering. And then have your linking turned on and this reduction. Those are the important ones out of that. Okay, everybody good with those? Say okay to that, and we'll exit that. And now I'm going to close this drawing. I'm not going to bother to save it. Let's go back to our starting point here and let's create a new drawing, and let's talk about this drawing wizard. So this is going to look like this or similar to it. Your AutoCAD version will have a different type, but we'll want to use a template. So I'm going to say next, and I'm going to choose, say that Carlson DWT as my template. And I'm going to say finish. Now, all that's doing is it's loading up that template file to read the layers and such. And now the wizard takes over, and it's going to step me through a bunch of things to change if I want to.
Could you start that over again for me?
Say again?
Could you start that over for me again?
Yeah, sure. I'm gonna go, you're in AutoCAD, so yours is going to be a little bit different. I'm just going to start a new drawing. My start page here, I'm going to say new drawing.
All right. Okay.
All right, and I'm going to point it to a template.
Template.
And so the template's going to come up, and I'm going to choose based on, I'm going to just choose this Carlson DWT. That might be already set as your default. And I'm going to say finish. And so it's going to create a new blank drawing. You see up here at the top, it says drawing 3. And right now I've got some values that I want to put in here. So I need to know, what approximate horizontal scale am I going to be working with? Well, if I'm working with if I know I'm going to be producing 1 inch equals 100-foot drawings, I'll set that to be 100 feet. Now these two fields here, the symbol plot size and text plot size, remember that 0.1 and 0.08 that we set up in our global defaults? That's where these are coming from. But I can change those. Now, if I make this instead of 100, if I make it 50, now look at these numbers over here. If I make this 50, and if I just tab out of that field, notice, or I don't even have to tab out. notice how these numbers change. So 50 makes that 5 and 4. So that means I never change this value. It's going to make symbols always 1/10 of an inch. That's 0.1. Anytime you see plot size or plot scalar size, that means it's printed inches at whatever scale you're using. So over here is it recomputes the drawing size into how many ground units that would be. So symbols would be 5 feet tall, text would be 4 feet tall. Because AutoCAD by itself doesn't know these numbers. It knows these numbers. So Carlson has to take this number and what you want in terms of plotted inches and compute these numbers so it can feed those to AutoCAD when it goes to create these items. Okay. And my coordinate system, I'm going to stay on state plane 83, PA South, WGS 84 if I want. And I got a place here I can put in a project name, a job number, a location, all of these things to help out headers and reports and such. I'll just leave them blank for now. And I could say, skip this wizard next time, but I don't want to do that. I want to always use my wizard so it helps me. Now, here's where it really comes in handy. When I hit next, notice it says, you're missing a drawing name. So it forces you to, instead of staying up here working with drawing 3, it forces you to show it where you want it to go. So I'm going to put it in our working folder. This is where we've been working. And I'm just going to call this one class example 1. So now it has set all the folders, it's set everything where it needs to go, it's set the sizes that we need here. And I'm going to say next. And it's going to go to the next possible step, which is, see, it set the data path and the coordinate file. Well, it set the data path to the same folder. That's what I wanted. And it is going to use a coordinate file of the same name as the drawing. Now, that doesn't have to be the same name. It just, that's what's typical when you start off new. You can choose set and give it a different name, even if it doesn't exist yet. But we'll just keep it in this example. We've got class example 1.crd. That's a coordinate file. Now, where is the coordinate file? Is it new or is it existing? If you already have coordinates, say from a data collector or from some other computations, you can point to one that already exists. And if you do that, then you would choose set and you go out and you would find your coordinate file. But we just have a new one. And if you wanted to, you could go ahead and from a data collector or from a text file or from some, this really shouldn't say current, it should say existing coordinate file because it's not the current, up here's the current one. It just means a currently existing coordinate file. It can import points from those sources and put them into this coordinate file, even if you're not drawing them in the drawing. And then you say next, and you'll finish up and you'll be placed out in the drawing. Now, if I look on my points menu and I list points, I'm going to list a range of points, all descriptions. There's my wild card, it's an asterisk. And I'm going to report, you know, all these different things, a coordinate range, a job header, point notes if I have any attributes if I have any. I'm not going to use the formatter and no coordinates in inches, northing and easting, how many decimal places and how many decimal places for elevation. I'll say okay. And I'll do that and it brings up a report viewer that says, okay, here's your job description, your job number. Remember, I showed you, I just left those blank. That's where you would see those. And it gives you a point number, a northing, an easting, an elevation, and description, but there's nothing in there because there are 0 points in my file. And it gives me my minimum and my maximum, which are all the same values right now. and I'll say exit. So that file is empty. But if I create a point, so I'll go to points menu, I'm going to say draw locate points. And I'm just going to take the default, make my layer name PNTS, and I'm going to say screen pick. And I'm just going to pick a point on the screen. Well, it wants to know an elevation. Well, I can either leave it 0 or let's give it, say that same point we had, a point description, and I may say start. Well, there it is. Well, so I zoom in there, and there's my point 1. All right, another point. I may go over to here, click a point here. What's that elevation? 1.25. Let's call that a PC. And then I might say over here, give it an elevation 100.5, and it was a PT. And then finally, a point down here, and we'll make that 99, and we'll call that end. And I'll hit enter to finish the point creation process. I now have these 4 points. I go to my points menu, I list my points, all points. I'll say okay, and now you see I've got point 1, 2, 3, and 4. Now I can make, this is just, it's a text editor, so I can open up these lines. I can say, take this out, take that out, maybe give it a thing there, and maybe I don't need all of this path information to show up, and maybe I'll pull back some spaces here. All right, so there it is. I can now print that. I can save it. I can put it to the screen, this output to screen version, and these are all available here as well. Sure, my options are. Okay, that's just sets up the report. So if I output to screen, I'm going to use multi-line text. Now that's a CAD height, so that's 4 feet tall. That comes from my defaults. I'll say okay, and I'm going to put it right here. And I'm going to use a rotation angle of E for east. It comes back into there, and when I exit, I now have a coordinate listing, just like I edited, put into my file. Now, if I double click that, again, it's just coordinate text. So I may want to say, pull these back a little bit here to get my columns to line up a little better. Oops. And then I would put something like that. Through editing, I'll finish it. There it is. Or I could even, I could do something like change this. To different font. So again, like I said, it's just text. You can do anything that you want to with it. Make it a different color if you wanted for that. All right, so there's my little coordinate table of these points in my drawing. And that came out of that listing points. Now, those points have a value. If I double click them, It's going to show me the point I double clicked, and it's going to let me change any of these that I want to. Tell it how many decimals for the elevation to show, what description. Now notice there's two descriptions. Whatever the description is in the drawing and whatever description that is stored in the coordinate file. So if in my drawing, I wanted that to say starting point, but I just wanted it to say start, then I could do that. I could do the same thing for my ending point, and it's just an end. Okay. So I've got these points. If I go back to list my points again, see, it still just says start and end here in my listing. But you see, I've got these two different descriptions that I can have, one in the drawing, one in the coordinate file. They don't always have to match. Now we use that a lot for things in the survey module for, like, when we draw a field to finish, which is going to well, let me get a different set of codes. Let me get let me see. Let's use this. So if I've got a bunch of codes in here and it still didn't give me what I wanted. All right, let's try this one more time. Oh, it's not that, it's this. There we go. Now, if I go to field to finish and I edit my codes, here I've got a bunch of codes. Let's say, here's a code that if I draw a field to finish, the code says CM, but I'm going to want that to say concrete monument. All right, so just as an example. Yeah, they've changed. I'll cancel that. And I'm going to change this point. Instead of that, I'm going to say it's going to have a code of CM. And now if I draw field to finish, now this gets real extensive, not just with descriptions, but it puts them on different layers. It can use lines. It can connect line to line to line. But you see what it does is it automatically lets me go out in the field and all I have to type in is CM. But when I bring it into my drawing, it spells it out for me in my drawing. So that's an example of why there's two different descriptions in that category of points. Okay. Now, notice the point attribute layout was different from what I used before. If I go to my point defaults, that attribute layout ID, those should have been all lined up on the right instead of looking like this, centered, right, centered, which is what you see now. That happened when I drew that with field to finish because it told it to use that ID. If I go back to points and draw locate points, now instead of picking points on the screen, I'm going to take all this and I'm going to come down here to the middle where it says duplicates. I want to erase and redraw. And I'm going to draw a range. So now it's going to read the coordinate file. And it wants to know the point numbers to draw. I'll just type all. Hit enter. And now it's used my layer, my symbol, my attribute ID, and my CM did not say spell out comp monument because I did not use field to finish to draw those with. Okay, so there's the benefits of using that and why there are two descriptions possible. Okay. So sort of keep that in mind. You've got points in your drawing. You've got points in a coordinate file. Usually they're going to match. They don't always. I could switch to a different coordinate file now. In fact, if I set my coordinate file and I pointed it to this exercise 1 and opened it and looked at those points, look at all points, and I see those are completely, I've got 22 points in there and they're nowhere in this drawing at all. Okay, so I've got a point. So I'm going to save this drawing, class example 1. But my coordinate file, now if you look up here on this top stripe, it tells me I'm running 2023, the survey module. Coordinate file is exercise 1 coordinates, and my drawing file is class example 1.dwg. So they're not exactly the same. Well, I'll save that file. I'm going to close it now. And I'm going to just reopen that file right here now. One of the settings that we had earlier, you're going to see take effect here. Okay, it says warning, to compare the drawing points with the coordinate file found differences. So it doesn't tell you what those, well, it does tell you what those are. It says, here's the points. You've got 4 points in the drawing, and they're different by this amount horizontally and this bearing and this amount vertically, compared to the 1, 2, 3, and 4 that are in that other file. But now it also had 22 points, but they weren't all drawn in here. Okay, so that's just giving you a warning about that. Now, also because of that, if I double click on this point, you see it also tells me the screen point differs from the coordinate file by this amount of distance. Which coordinate do you want to edit, screen or file? So just on the screen, I can change something there, et cetera, et cetera. So next thing I'll do that. And now if I look at that point 1, yeah, it still differs. So I'm going to just escape. All right, so those are different from the 2 files. If I set my point file back, I'm going to points menu set coordinate file, put it back to the one I created when I clicked them on the screen, class example 1, I say open. Now, if I double click that first point, there's no difference because it matches what's in the file. So how do you resolve those situations? From time to time, you've got some other tools in here under these point utilities. You can see update the drawing from the coordinate file. So it would take 1, 2, 3, and 4 from the drawing, read the coordinate file and take the ones in the coordinate file and change these values to match. Or I could update the coordinate file from the drawing, in which case it would do it the other direction. You can do that. You can copy, merge these different files. All of those different kind of utilities are all included in this command, coordinate file utilities, with all of these. And down here are those 2 updates. Okay, so we'll get into that as we need a little bit later. But now we have 4 points and we're pointed back to our current coordinate file where they match the same. So now I'll save that. Now, to show you what's been happening with this, some of these other files that we saved, Right here is an INI file that was our files called class example 1.ini. You remember I told you it keeps track of these certain data that we've worked with. Here's my project path. So that set that folder. There's the most recent coordinate file I was using, class example 1. What symbols, a field code file. There was a GIS file that I inadvertently set. Down here was a coordinate file that I had switched to, but then I switched it back to this one. This is the one that didn't match. So it keeps track of all of this. Now, what this is useful for is if you share this data with somebody else, and you can see these files get big, and they'll have surface files, centerline files, all kinds of things in there. And let's say you sent this file off to somebody else, and they go, hey, that's great, but do you have the terrain model file in there that I can use? And you forgot to send it to them. You didn't remember which file that you were working with. Well, you would just go and look at that INI file, and you would see that list of files, and you could then go out and get that file and send it off to them to use. Okay, so that's why under settings, Carlson configure general settings, we said to save the drawing INI files. Now there was something else I wanted to change here was my startup settings. Oh, I know. Okay. Okay, so that's how some of those things work. So one further example of the linking and also why to use some of the Carlson commands. Let's draw a polyline. Let's just draw. And let's come down here and find polyline at the bottom, standard polyline. Let's say I want to start out over here on the left, but now I want to draw from point 1 to 2 to 3 to 4 and then off to the side. Well, if I want to go to that point, if I'm just doing a standard AutoCAD point, I'm going to have to point to the intersection of that value there, or the midpoint of the cross piece, or the insertion point of that block, which that plus mark is a block, or the node snap, which is the center. There's a little AutoCAD point that is included as part of that group of 3 things. You see there's 2 blocks and there's a point. Now I can have those are all points. See, you see, we got 3 things selected. They are points. They're AutoCAD points or IntelliCAD points. This is a Carlson point, and it consists of 3 things. The symbol, which is a block by itself. The 3 attributes, point number, elevation, and description, which is another separate block. And it also contains a point, the AutoCAD point. And if I look at my point style, while I'm on the settings menu, IntelliCAD settings, point style. And these are just to do with the AutoCAD type points. And you see right now it's set to a dot. That's what you saw, those ones over there on the screen. If I change this to be an X. So there they are. All of the points are X's. So there is a point as well as this symbol, which sometimes it could be the same symbol.
But this particular thing, when I select that, it is only a point. It is not a block of two drawn lines. It's just the way I'm looking at the point. So if I'm going to connect up those points, and if I'm going to use a draw polyline, standard polyline, and if I go from here, if I want to go to that particular point, see, it's got node snapping on. Let me see, I don't want. There we go. So if I want to go to that point, you see, I'm trying to get close to it. Nothing shows up. So if I set my OSNAP settings to be node, that's what that means in CAD speak. It's going to find each of those nodes. And I could do it up here as well. I could find that node. I can find that node, but the danger is here when you're using a Carlson point, if you point to the symbol, you could accidentally grab the endpoint because that's a drawn block. That's two lines put together. Whereas this one is not. This is only a node. So you could accidentally miss that point. Okay. So there's a way around that with Carlson that gives you some extra controls. Now I'm just going to erase these non-Carlson points, but I want you to be aware that you can have points, AutoCAD points, and not have a Carlson point on them, but well, let's do this. I'm going to put them back and I'm going to say see, do I have a way I can do this here? No, all right. I don't want to get too fancy on you anyway. It'll be a little over. Let's just use Carlson points for now, but understand that it has three components. There is a node or an AutoCAD point. There is a drawn point symbol usually, and there's an attribute, point number, elevation, and description. So I'm going to go back to my settings, IntelliCAD settings, point style, and I'm going to put that back to just that dot. Let's say okay. Now, when I select this point, everything is selected, all these three things as a group, and that is because under Carlson Configure General Settings, I said right over here to group the point entities. That's why those are grouped. You don't have to do that, but then you run the risk, excuse me, you run the risk of, like, if you want to do this and just move it up to here. So yeah, let's go ahead and modify it. It might leave that point node behind and only bring this stuff up if it weren't grouped. Okay, so that's why that's there. Now, you can, with these attribute values, you can rearrange them. That's not going to affect the point at all. But if you change from that, you're going to reposition the point itself. But so here's the difference. If I want to draw a standard polyline out to here, and I want to go 1 to 2 to 3 to 4, when I go over here, if I point in there, you see I've got to make sure I get that midpoint, or make sure that my snapping has node turned on so that I can snap to the node, or I could individually shift, right click, choose node snap and point to that red object. And go node snap again, it's number 3. Node snap again to number 4. And then come over here and finish my polyline. So now that part is done. It's been snapped to nodes. And if I move this point number 2, then yes, I will update that, and nothing happened. Okay, so however, and that's because when I drew this polyline, I used the auto command and I just snapped to the node. But Carlson gives us some additional tools in their tools. So if I say draw 2D polylines, saying we'll keep them both 2-dimensional. And you can set them on a particular layer and color and whatever. I'm going to say, okay, I'm going to come out here. I'm going to click here. Now, if I wanted to draw between points 1, 2, 3, and 4 sequentially, I can just say 1-4, because notice it says pick a point or point numbers. That's the big difference right there, is that it lets you use point numbers. So I do that, and then I can click over here and finish. Now, because Carlson configure general link line work with points is turned on at the time that I created this object, if I now move this point, the line goes with it. Okay. And you can either move it there, or you can, if you edit it in the with the coordinate editor, let's say it's 5204, let's make that 5210 vertically. We'll say, okay, that jumped up, and notice it carried the line with it. Okay, so there's all kinds of things you can do with these points, and with Carlson commands, even though you can draw a polyline, you can type P-line, or you can draw a standard polyline, or you can use the toolbar to draw lines and polylines. And I would recommend getting the habit of using polylines almost all the time, even for just 2-point line work, because Carlson commands work best with polylines. And but anytime you're using the Carlson commands to do those, whether it's a 2D, in that case was a 2D, we could draw a 3D, and we'll turn off the prompting, and we'll start over here, say starting at 0, we'll say 1 to 4, and then over to here. And now if I look at that, I see that from here, starting with my first one, it has an elevation of 0. My second one there's 9976, 101, 25, 150, 99, then 0 and 0. Okay, so those points. If I change this from 101.25, let's make that 20. So we'll drastically drop it. We'll put it down. And now see that has automatically followed it. I look at that, and there's my 0, 9976. Now it's 20, 100.5, 99. So that linking is what made that follow that point. Anytime that point changed, it pulled that line work with it. It's a very useful tool, very helpful for us. Now, notice this text is this sort of squared off looking ugly text compared to, say, these numbers over here are a little nicer. Then you've also got like this Arial looking font. That's because when you first create a point, it's going to create that point with a particular text style. And you can either do them all like this and then change them later, or you could before you create the point, if you create a text style, and let's go to draw text set style. There's a text style called PTXT. So if you had created that ahead of time, and instead of using this particular font, let's say you're going to use any other font that you want. I'm going to choose this Calibri Light. And I'll say, okay. So it's now going to give me nice looking fonts for those point symbols. Now, the first time I created the point, it used that, it built it on the fly because that style did not exist. But what you could have done is created PTXT as a text style and saved that in your drawing template. So when you started with this new template, that style's already built and it's already taken care of for you. Just a couple of little cosmetic things that you can do. You can also, I'm going to draw locate points again. I'll draw a range, just 0.1. And notice it recreated it with my default location for that. Couple of other things you can do with these points once they're in the drawing. On your point menu, everything in this block down here has to do with these point attributes. And you can do things like move point attributes with a leader. So you could say if you wanted to move it out of the way. If it's, you know, in the way of something, one of my options, for options, I want to draw an arrowhead. Scalar, no. That should be all right. So you see it's going to point to the point and give me a little label and mark it where it's going to go. Okay. So now if I move that up here, it wants to know, do you want to update the coordinate? If I get my mouse to work. So it did that. Notice it kept this separated from that like it was before, but it left this behind. Usually they'll ask if you want to maintain that. But the way to fix that back is you just go back to your points and you just move points with attribute again and just reselect it. Now what? Store it.
Ken, I have a question when you are free.
Yeah, that should have. I don't know why it didn't update this. Let me put that back. Move with leader, restore. Now, if I move that to here, yes. Yeah, that might be above. That should have gone up to 1. Is that linking turned off? No, it's on. Well, something about moving that attribute broke that link with that. Line work. Oh, well, okay, yes, your question, sir.
Sorry to take a class back. I don't normally use the point points very much. However, I've struggled with this concept of just being able to label the points itself if I was to create some, like the point descriptions that you have on the screen right now. Whenever I create a point, I just, all I can see is just the elevation. I've gone into the point setup configuration, the general settings.
Okay,
However, I've tried to do that, but the toggle button, which actually should allow me to be able to represent what you have on the screen, is all grayed out, and I just
Okay.
I'm not sure why that is.
okay, let's take a look at it. I'm going to stop my share. And I'm gonna have you share your screen. So on your controls down under share screen, pick that button and choose.
So can you see my screen?
Yes, okay,
Okay. So when I draw locate points, as you can see, the description here is grayed out.
well, I'm looking at your Google Earth.
Oh, okay.
screen.
Oh, sorry about that.
You may need to share the other screen.
Stop sharing. Okay.
All right, there we go. All right, so now I'm going to just request remote control. So in case I need to, you have to say yes. And all right, so now, so you had here, all right, you see this right here, and that's grayed out. This is not to use that. Under draw locate point, that's what you're talking about right there.
Yeah.
Okay, so if we look back at our point defaults, you have to turn elevations
Description.
and descriptions on here. And then you would want, you got your symbol, you got your attribute ID. There's the, whoa, that's real tiny. You've got a bad block with that one. All right, say okay. All right, so now when you draw your points. Oh, no, wait. All right, let's go to 2 decimal places. Draw. Do you have any points? It's on your other screen. I can't see that. Do you have any points in that file?
So
Yeah, see 0 points. You don't have any Carlson points.
okay.
So let's do a real quick one here under, you're in civil. If we switch to survey real quick and go to coordinate geometry, let's just create points from entities. Okay, point numbers. There we go. I'll say okay. Oh, it's prompting me. Create points from entities, point for elevations. Point numbers, oh, automatic, that's what I should have had on there, okay. All right, so now. Whoops. Try this one more time. Same description, we'll just call this corner. Automatic point numbering, say okay, say okay. All right, so now there we got. We got our point. Double click that point there, is there, the elevation decimals. All right, so that brought the elevation up there. Now, if we go back and look at our points defaults again, I don't know why this didn't stick. I'm not gonna prompt for that. Elevation inches is off, locate on real Z. Yeah, see right there, you've got one of your blocks is bad, that one, I'll show you how to fix that in a minute. Or
Okay.
I'll fix it for you in a minute. Point numbers, automatic. Draw the nodes. That should work as their default. Okay, now I'm going to erase points from the screen. All. Keep them in the coordinate file. I'll say both. Now, if I draw, locate points. See, why isn't, see, that should allow you to change this.
Yeah, that's what I.
These are staying gray. Why? See. And then all it drew. Huh. So see, I could change that OGIS. Auto zoom, no annotated. Draw point nodes, no separate layers. Point numbers, automatic numbering. I'm not going to prompt for the name. These are not sticking. All right, they're on now. See, all of those things should be available. Maybe. Not really, though. That should be okay. Oh, let's see here. You've got. Oh, that's just producing text. That's not producing the point. Let me take a look here. Let me turn that back on. You might want to turn that off. Let's use alphanumeric. The mouse. Did your startup settings come up to another screen?
Yeah,
Okay, there we go. All right. It should be okay. It does all look good, but why is this coming up like text? Point defaults. See there, it turned that off again.
is it probably because I have other drawings open or something? Maybe I need to close them.
No, it shouldn't have any bearing on it whatsoever. Yeah, I'll leave that. Use field to finish for point, none of that, okay. See, all of these, okay, no GIS file. All right, so that held. There is. No, see, that's what usually controls that, is if it's something in field to finish that can replace that attribute with text only. Draw locate points. Now. Those are set, but they're grayed. And again, it just puts text out. It's not drawing the points. Those are all fine there.
Let me pull this up. Before a patch got sent out to the software I'm currently using, I'm trying to get this dialog box to,
Oh, okay.
yeah,
Yeah, see, none of that.
as of last week, it was working just fine.
Did you just recently update?
Yes, I did an update yesterday.
Yeah, I did mine too, but for 2023.
I think mine was just a patch some of the 2023 tools, and I'm not sure.
Yeah, mine was a patch as well. But let me do this. Let's save this drawing called Civil Demo. All right, now these other drawings that are open, do you need them saved?
Yes, please.
Okay, so we'll go here and save that. Well, can't seem to get the menu to work here. Let's see, save.
Yeah, I just turned off that surface rendering that you just talked about. Just to
The software rendering.
yeah, just to optimize the software itself. But I mean, I used to use it just fine. I mean, I don't know if that might be a case of it just interfering with what we're doing right now. I don't know.
No, it shouldn't. My guess is, and I think we just simply need to, we just simply need to restart Carlson. Let's see if that's going to fix it. All right, go ahead and load Carlson back up.
Yeah. Civil dim.
Yep.
It's loading.
Now. Yeah. I don't know, Mizzy, that looks like a bug in the patch. I would do a couple of things. I would do the update. Do the update again, or you could even reinstall the entire thing, which should fix that, but this would be something you need to take up with Carlson tech support. The problem is you got to do it before the class runs out. That is the strangest thing. Is really what we were going to finish working on is points. It's kind of important that you get that part now. Let's tell you what, we'll take a break here. We'll take our mid-afternoon break. We're a little late, but when we come back in at the top of the hour, I will try to dig around and see if I can find a quick answer to that somewhere online or with their tech support. But in the meantime, then tonight, if we can't figure this out, try reapplying the patch again if you've got that as a separate file. And if that doesn't work, try reinstalling the entire thing from the full download. All right, so that should let you do that.
Okay.
And see if that works, but do that after class. Let me see if I can find something here during the break. All right, so I'm gonna stop my remote control and I will Stop your screen share. I'll go back to mine.
Thank you.
Yep. Sorry about that. Wow, that's unfortunate. All right, so oops. There. That I'm still, yeah, so I'm still bummed out over that. There's something about moving that attribute broke that link. Now that's a bug. All right, but that's part of that. All right. All right, so let's come back here at the top of the hour. Anybody else with any questions before we go? Everybody good?
I'm good.
All right. Okay, good. So we'll come back at top of the hour, get restarted, and then we'll wrap things up from there. I'll try to shift the point stuff to tomorrow. And we'll talk about some interface and toolbars and stuff like that. So I'll see everybody back here in a bit. I will. All right, so we'll wrap up a couple of things here now. With these points, and you see some of the tools are that we can take, we can draw a 2D polyline using the Carlson draw command, and it gives us the option of using point numbers and things like that. So what I'd like you to do next is let's open, we'll choose File, Open, and let's choose let's see, what do I want to use? Nope, sorry, not File, Open. Let's make a new drawing. Yeah, this thing is still not resetting. Oh, I know one. All right, and I'm going to call this one class example 2. And I'm going to set the coordinate file this time as being existing, and I'll say set. And I'm going to use exercise 1 coordinates, CRD, and say next and go on. So now I have nothing in the drawing, but if I list my points, because I used that wizard to establish my coordinate file, I have some coordinates in the drawing. And you see they're at an arbitrary, I've got some negatives and all that, but here we go. Now, once you're there to get these points in the drawing, we're going to simply go to the points menu and draw locate points. And it's going to take our default things that we had set up in our defaults. We can give it a layer name. I'm just going to use PNTS, point numbers, automatic numbering, and I'm going to say draw all. And it's going to draw all my points in there for me. I have no descriptions for them. I just got point numbers and elevations, and that's fine. And again, you could change your point style if you were so inclined. That's not necessary, but you could find that and set it to a different font.
You should go through that points part again. For some reason or another, I was having trouble opening a new drawing.
All right, so have you got your new drawing up now and it's empty?
Yeah.
All right, just go to the points menu. I did it from the wizard.
Yeah, I'm on the wizard right now.
Oh, okay. So in the wizard, if I'll catch up with you here on a new one.
Okay.
And as it comes up here, I'm just going to call it chunk, and I'll say next. Sure. right in here where it says coordinate file, I switch from new to existing.
Coordinate file. I'm on the page before that still, I guess.
All right, hit next.
Okay, all right. Missing drawing name, okay. Oh, I gotta call it, okay, sorry.
All right,
Got that. All right, so next. All right, I'm there now.
okay, so the coordinate file is already existing, so I'm going to switch to that existing button
Okay,
and then choose next.
next. All right,
And then when that comes up, you should navigate to it and find one we're using here is called exercise 1 dash coordinates. It's in your folder.
so, okay, so go file open.
Yep. And then next or finish, whatever is.
And it is, it's in our training folder, right? Doing it. Which one, example 1?
Yeah, example 1 coordinates.
Okay, I just got, it only says example 1 here.
No, it should say exercise 1 coordinates. I'm sorry.
Oh, maybe that's not the right. Hmm. I don't see it. I see the civil demo, example 1 completed. Example 1, sample from T3 Global.
No, those are drawing files. You should be,
Hmm.
here, let me go back through it again. If I do a new drawing,
Right.
and it's going to come up and ask me to give it a file name. So I'm going to navigate to my folder. I'm going to call this class example 2. I'm going to use my horizontal scale of 50. It doesn't matter. Let me say next.
You didn't get that. Could you try again?
Oh, shut up, Siri.
Hmm.
All right. So when I was here, I have a coordinate file and I can point it to, and if I hit set right here and I say new, that's going to try to make it a new file to empty it out. So I'm going to say existing. Oh, here was the problem. Are you back at this point right here?
No.
Go ahead, close that one. Just escape
Okay.
and close that off and come back to this point.
Okay. All right, so open a new drawing. Set in
That's your drawing file name, right?
class, yeah, class 2 example.
Okay,
I gotta name it again.
yeah, then choose next.
So not save. There's, all right, hold on. All right, so after that, okay, I got that.
All right. Tell me when you get to this screen.
I'm on that screen now.
Okay, so now what we did wrong here is I had you hit next at this point, but what you're going to do is you're going to say existing and you're going to need to point it with this set button right here under the coordinate file up above it.
Mm-hmm. So
we that, and we're going to find exercise 1 coordinates
exercise 1 coordinates.
and we'll open that.
Still,
All it should have done at this point is put the file names in the box.
I got nothing.
All right, hang on a second. Let me, I'm gonna stop my share. I'm gonna have you share your screen. Let me take a look.
Maybe he just needs to zoom to extend. Because
No,
mine was,
he's not getting anything in the dialogue. Go ahead and share your screen, Josh. Back in your Zoom controls, hit your share screen and then choose the screen that AutoCAD's running on. And then hit the share button. All right. Let's see right now, blank screen.
Carlson coordinate file to open's not on the front main screen.
Oh, it just said you started screen sharing. Did you choose the right screen? Go ahead and stop your screen share and start it again and make sure you choose the right screen if you've got more than one.
Oh yeah, shit. Okay. All right, I got it.
You'd think it was Monday, wouldn't you? Yeah, here we go. All right.
Sorry.
So now, yeah, here we go. So now coordinate file to open, we need to, wait a second, let me request remote control. You'll have to give me permission.
Okay, got it.
Now, you're gonna want to either pull this down and find it that's not in your current list.
Mm-hmm.
So we are in Carlson projects, class 2.
Yeah.
So I want to, all right, I'm looking at Carlson projects, but where is your data folder? The stuff you downloaded, where is it?
Yeah, go to that. Look down, Clark Carlson Fundamentals Training right there.
There we go. All right, so that's there. And data sets, there's exercise 1 coordinate.
Okay.
All right, now that is in this folder.
Okay.
So I'm going to say, and I'm going to go ahead and say open. So that's now put it up here. I'm going to set, I'm going to set my data path to that same folder. Is that on it?
It's a lot because it's everybody at work. So
But is this on a different drive? Where did you put that?
go up. Shit. Should be in this. Should be in the C drive. Where is it at? Right. You are in the C drive, Carlson. Yeah, that's it right there. I thought Carlson projects.
No, let's see. It's
I don't see it either. Maybe user, go to users, maybe. Shit.
yeah, it's not showing up there. Let me cancel that. I'll fix that in a minute. All right, we'll come back to it in a minute. And I'll say existing, there it is. I'll say next. And all right, so that should be running with that coordinate file is open. You see up here at the top stripe, it's open.
Mm-hmm.
And your drawing is stored here under Carlson projects, but I want to do a save as.
That's gonna be, yeah,
So now here's where you had,
all the stuff, all the files.
where did we, you said before we went to this and then we had to, oh, it's under desktop.
Yes, okay,
There we
okay,
go.
that makes sense.
So if we file, save as,
So yeah, desktop.
yeah, so we go to the desktop
Yeah.
and.
Okay, there we go.
There we go, and their data sets. And now I'm gonna call this class 2 example. We'll keep the same name.
Okay.
All right, so now we're in the same folder with everything. And now at this point, and by the way, you see how much screen real estate is taken up with this ribbon interface?
Yeah.
You can turn that off. Just right click it.
All
And
right. Is it undock? Okay,
Close.
there we
Yeah,
go.
it's ribbon closed. All right, so now I'm going to turn your grid off.
Okay,
And so now you go to points and draw locate points and just taking the defaults, draw all.
okay,
Okay, so that should be back where you are. So I'll stop
awesome.
this. I'll stop and I'll start mine back.
Appreciate you. Thank you.
Yep, absolutely. And let's see, we're still recording. Okay. Now, okay, Lacey had to leave right at 4:30, so she'll be back tomorrow. Okay, that's good. All right, so so now we've gotten our points. We'll draw locate points, we'll draw all. And there's our coordinate file. There we go. All right. So we have a all we have really right now at this point is a bunch of points on our screen. That's fine. And if we're going to draw a polyline, let's draw a polyline through all of those points. So if I go to draw 2D polyline, and I'll just let's select, I'm going to put these on a layer called final. I uncheck this so that I can select that, and I'll say okay. And now pick a point or point number. If I just say 1 through 1,000 even, you see it runs out of points, so it stops, and I just hit enter. And so now I've drawn my line from point to point to point to point to point. And again, like we've seen before, if we were to move this point, when we have that linking on, that part, the line will go with it. And again, that's from Carlson Configure General, and that's over here. Okay. So, so what can you do with these points once they're in there? Now, if I wanted to change this point number 2 to give it a description, if I double click number 2, while it's in the drawing, I can just call it, say, test point, say, okay, and it's there, but it's not in our list of points as a description over here. So if I want that to match, if I use that editor, I have to copy that and paste it. Oops, sorry. I have to copy that and paste it. If I can get copy and paste to work. There we go. And now when I list my points, it's not only in the drawing, but it's also in my coordinate file. If I do this one over here, say number 4, and let's say I call that an iron pin found, IPF, it's here in my screen, but if I draw my locate points again, and if I just draw all, you see it reads the coordinate file and it was not in there. So you have to put if you edit things here, you have to make sure you put both descriptions if you want them to be that way, or you could just put it here and call it IPF and then just draw that point over again. And I just say draw a range, and I'm going to draw 0.4. So now, because it was in the coordinate file when it created it, it put it in the drawing as well. Okay. You can also change here the symbol. You can add any point notes, any GIS data if you're using that format. You can add an image. Let's say you're out surveying and you surveyed a control point, and you can take a picture of it so somebody can find it later. And then you've got, you know, how many decimals you want to see in the editor back on this page here. Okay. So just a couple of things you can do with that. Now, there's a couple of other things we can do. This is a drawn polyline. It's now open. If I say closed, I'm over in the properties and I'm going to say, yes, it's closed. It's now a closed figure. So I'm going to draw another polyline. And this time, I'm going to set the color to red. And I'm going to just click over here and click over here. And now I want to look at my options down here. One of the things I can do is follow something that's already drawn. So I'm going to follow this. And it says, pick the first follow point. Well, the first point I'm going to pick right there on the end of that segment. And I want to follow it around to this segment here. So first of all, it says interpolate the elevations. Well, I'm drawing a 2D polyline, so it doesn't matter. And so now I can either type or pick another point, or I can type a certain distance. But if I pick that point, now you see what it's doing. There are two routes between this point and this point. It can either go this way, or it could have gone around this way. So it asks you, is this correct? Yes or no. If I say no, it goes around that way. Is that correct? Well, I'm going to say, no, I want that one after all. So I'll say yes. And then I can continue on my way. All right, so that works really well if you've got some boundary you're trying to fall apart of, and you don't want to snap to every one of those little vertex points. Just use that option F to follow, and then follow around and as far as you need it, and you create another polyline. So now you have this polyline and you have this polyline. Now notice this red polyline followed that line. But if I move this point, wow. It should have moved the green line, not the red line. Oh, they really. They really sort of messed that up, didn't they? All right, the way that's supposed to work, the original line was drawn with point numbers. The red line was not. It followed the line work. So it should not have updated the red line. It should have updated the green line. Wow, they've got some things to fix. All right. But those are some of the things that you can do with points and using Carlson as the command instead of the equivalent AutoCAD command. Now, one option that we have here, and it's available under Carlson Configure Survey Settings, where you turn on this automatic point snap. And that's a special snap that works like node, but it has some additional bearings. So if it's off, you can go to the settings menu and choose it to turn it on and off. And you'll see the icon is either highlighted or it's not. So I'll turn it back on. Now, what that means is this: if I'm out here drawing polylines, I'll make a different color this time. Let's make it, and if I want to go to say 0.15 to 12, instead of trying to come down here and snap, because I can accidentally snap to these endpoints instead of getting that center point, if I have that point snap on, if all I do is point to any part of the point, you see I'm over here on the blue part of that text, but you see where the snapping is, and it pops up a little window that tells me it's point number 15, gives me the coordinates. I'll choose that. I'll go over here to number 22. I'll choose that one. I'll come down to 2. I'll go over here to 4. And then I'll come up here to that and then go on my merry way. So that's a nice way to guarantee a node snap. And you only have to point to one part of the, even the description and stuff, it'll find that point. Now I'm curious about this. If I move this point. Okay, because I snapped to that as a point, it pulled that line up with it. Now, this point was also drawn, this green line was also drawn to that point. It should also have updated. It did not. That part is not working, at least in my version. Yours might be. But, you know, those are some of the things you can do with the points. You can also simply select them and delete them. Or you may go to points and erase points. And this time you choose them from the screen or by a group or by point number. And let's say if you say number, you could say, you know, 1 to 3. And now it gives you the option, do you also want to delete them from the coordinate file? We're going to say no. Delete the point symbols, yes. So now I took 1, 2, and 3 out of our drawing, but we still have all of our points in our file. You'll see right there, 1 through 22. And if we needed them back, we just simply draw them back. I'll just come back here and say draw all. And now there they are. Okay. So that's a little quick run through. And if you look at back in our manual, we talk about points and point groups and what these are doing, because if I just draw this polyline, it has vertices, it has a vertex point on each of those corners, but those are not Carlson points. Carlson points are like this up here. They've got that point number, elevation, and description. So that talks about that difference between those two. So I'm going to leave that to your own study. And then over here, you know, what good are points? And there's this exercise and it's using that. And there's that thing you just created by drawing through all those points. Okay. Now, there's other things you can do with Carlson points. And again, if you've got Carlson points, then you just get rid of those lines. You've got these Carlson points. You can do them if you happen to know the point numbers and all of that, but sometimes you don't necessarily know that. So you might just want to draw, say, let's draw a polyline by nearest found. I'll do a 2D. I'll put this description, and I'll just set these on points. And if I say, all right, I want to choose my points from the screen, I just do these. See, it will draw and it will connect to the nearest points that it finds. If I do that same command and say, do it this way, see by the screen, all. Now notice what happened here is it went from the starting point over here to the nearest point. And then instead of going from here down to here and around and back up, there's its nearest point. So it found that there's its nearest point. So it crisscrosses itself, doesn't really draw the way we drew it the last time. So 9 to 10 to 11, 12, 13 is correct, but 1 drew to 13. 13 drew back to, 1 to 13. And now from here, because these were already used, it went down here and found the next nearest point, which was 14, then to 16, 18, 17, 15, 19, 20, 21, 22. Okay, so that's one of the commands. There's other things that you can do. If you want to draw now point-to-point numbers, let's do 22 through 19. So I'm going backwards. And then I'm going to go to 3 to 5. And then 2, 1, 13. And you can click points out here in the screen, type C to close. So those are all things that you can do with those point numbers. So anytime you have a command that typically in AutoCAD just says, if I just type P line, it says start at polyline. So I have to show it a point. Now it says next point. Well, I either have to snap to something or click a point or type a value in. But Carlson gives you that same prompt with pick a point or a point number. So it's not only polylines, it can be anything. It could be you can draw a circle. So if I pick a center point or point number, see right there it is. So I'm going to say 15 and set my radius accordingly. And I'm going to go over there and make sure it goes through 17. So I snap to that point. All right, so you see how point numbers can be useful if you have point data that you're working with. A lot of times you won't have that. You just have a bunch of drawn things, in which case you snap to endpoints and midpoints and such. Okay. Figures good. Looks like Bill had to scoot too. That's fine. So for the two of you guys, we're a little bit over. I'm going to go ahead and we'll put a bookmark in things here and we'll pick back up in the morning.
Sounds good. I appreciate it, man.
Everybody's
Thank
got
you.
to do all this. I will I'll stop the recording.